I'm happy to go second.
Testing, testing.
Yep. Ready? Okay, we're on the record in case 9761, the Distributed Renewable Integration and Vehicle Electrification Act implementation hearing. During the 2024 session, the Maryland General Assembly enacted legislation which requires investor-owned electric companies to file with the Commission time of use rate enhancements, vehicle-to-grid, and virtual power plant pilot programs. These proposals were filed on July 1, 2025, and comments were filed with the Commission on the utility proposals from a number of different stakeholders, including members of the General Assembly. The purpose of today's hearing is for the Commission to take into consideration the utilities proposals and the positions brought forward by the various stakeholders. So we're going to have presentations by the utilities and comments by various stakeholders over the course of today. We hope to finish today, but if not, we'll take it up tomorrow. And with that, let me turn it over to John Burkowski.
Okay, thank you. First presenters.
Actually, pull that. There you go.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good morning, Chair and Commissioners. The first presentation panel today will be from Baltimore Gas and Electric, and I'll leave it up to Catherine Moriarty, Assistant General Counsel, to introduce the BGE panel.
Yeah, and actually the only thing I would ask is, and this is for everybody in the room, when you come up here to speak and you introduce yourself, spell your name so that the court reporter can accurately incorporate it into the record. So.
Actually, Chair, I'd like to make, we provided the names for the court reporter, so unless there's any change.
All right, okay.
Okay.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Chair Hoover. Good morning, Commissioner Suchman, Commissioner Barve, Commissioner Linton, and Commissioner McLean. As John stated, I'm Catherine Moriarty, Assistant General Counsel for Baltimore Gas and Electric Company. Today, BG&E's subject matter experts, including Amy Chandler, Senior Manager of Transportation, Electrification, and Load Management, Kevin Knight, Manager of Load Management, John Frayne, Director of Regulatory Strategy and Revenue Policy, and Lynn Fiery, Senior Manager of Rates, will walk you through BG&E's Drive Act virtual power plant and updated time of use proposals. BG&E's VPP pilot is an exploration into the mechanics of investing not in a physical plant, but in a software-driven network of distributed resources that together may act like a flexible power station to support the electric grid per the Drive Act requirements by providing clear goals with a focus on peak reduction, reasonable compensation on a pay-for-performance basis with evaluation metrics. The team will discuss what can be done with storage and DERs on BG's system that is currently not being done today, and the potential price signals to support flexible power. I'll hand it over to Amy. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Again, good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Amy Chandler, and I'm very happy and excited to be here this morning and really grateful for the opportunity to present our proposed VPP and pilot TOU offerings. As Catherine indicated, our goal for today is to really demonstrate how BGE has put forth a compelling, well-benchmarked, scalable, and impactful VPP pilot and TOU offering, which we will outline today. As there is much ground to cover, we have just a brief agenda. Want to advance the slide quick?
Yeah.
Just very quickly to walk you through. The first two slides will really provide just an overview of how we align with the DRIVE Act goals and an overview of how we feel we are creating a valuable grid resource. Then my colleague Kevin is going to dive into more of the VPP pilot program specifics and overview. Then we will talk about our future vision for partnership for a full program. And then lastly, we will talk about our time of use proposal. So just to gauge as we walk through today. So I'd like to begin with a simple statement, and it's truly that BGE sees itself as a partner with the state of Maryland, this commission, stakeholders in this room today in bringing innovative grid solutions for the benefit of our customers, ensuring that as demand in our state grows, the grid remains resilient, affordable, and sustainable. And those aren't really just words we put on a slide today. As someone that on a daily basis works with our teams, I can tell you that these are the guiding principles in which we develop our programs and we implement our programs. And it is with those kind of three pillars that we have put together our offerings for today. And also what is reflected in our proposal today is that BGE customers are always remaining top of mind. And as such, we've created offerings today that strike a balance between maximizing grid benefits while keeping costs manageable. As VPPs have emerged as a critical tool in dynamically managing the load on our grid, and as demand increases, we can now leverage customer-sited devices such as batteries, solar storage, EVs, to manage system peaks as the DRIVE Act has requested. And in addition, BGE is looking at a host of other benefits, such as deferring system upgrades, wholesale market participation, decarbonization, and a variety of things that you can see on the slide above. BGE has already demonstrated success with load management programs, including our EV Smart Charge Management and our load management programs. In fact, just this past June, if you'll remember, when the weather was much hotter than the beautiful weather we've been experiencing lately, BGE successfully, through our Peak Rewards and Connected Rewards programs, successfully shifted 150 megawatts of peak demand off of our grid. And that is a great example about how, through iteration, BGE crafts programs that are easy for customers to use, scalable, reliable, and impactful for our grid, maximizing these program values. And it's with this experience that BGE has designed the VPP pilot offering. Thanks, John. So there's an important point that I would like to underscore when we're discussing all of the previously mentioned grid benefits, and that is a VPP can only provide these grid benefits when customers choose to participate and stay enrolled over time. That's why customer experience is a foundational focus for BGE's VPP pilot offering. My colleague Kevin will outline specific program elements in upcoming slides, but here I really wanted to provide an overview of the steps needed to deliver that grid impact. So when we think about our average customer that has invested or is looking to invest in a battery or solar plus storage or an EV, they want resiliency during outages, predictable bills, monetary rewards. They want to feel like their utility is a trusted partner and on their side. What they do not want is a program that feels complex, confusing, or disruptive to their lives. In fact, we recently conducted focus groups for our Smart Charge Management programs, and a clear theme emerged, and that was ease of use. Many enrollees are new technology adopters. They don't want to be burdened with confusing program structures. They just want to set it and forget it and have a seamless customer experience. The program is happening in the background and not intruding on a customer's everyday life. And why is this important? Because only when participation is predictable, non-intrusive, will customers stay active in the program, opting out less, and in the future transition into a permanent VPP pilot, or permanent VPP, how many times can we say that in today's hearing, program offering. And that stickiness in the program is what builds scale. And scale is a critical element to building a valuable VPP grid resource. Also, it must be visible, reliable, and measurable so we can make accurate forecasts and have confidence that when a resource is called upon, it will perform as expected. Additionally, we know that value can be found through locationally targeted VPP applications, and that is something we will be exploring through this pilot and targeting. And also, I just want to say that this pilot does allow for customer grid export. And then finally, once we have these resources, we can start to make headway on things that align with our state and our BGE goals. Demand response, peak shaving, other benefits listed on this slide. And then also our program is designed in a way that it can scale into a permanent VPP offering through iteration and transparency and sharing of knowledge from this pilot.
All right, good morning. I'm Kevin Knight, KNIGHT, and I'm the Load Management Manager at BGE. I'm going to go through an overview at a high level of BGE's proposed Drive pilot, which is a culmination of months of collaboration and consultation with multiple industry experts and utilities throughout North America. Starting with the pilot design, this is designed as a 2-year pilot, leveraging the BYOD model, which focuses on recruiting participants who have their own existing assets in the territory. This design reflects desire to have a succinct pilot timeline and acknowledges the potential time and cost barriers of recruiting customers to install new assets for the purposes of this pilot. The pilot will focus on enrolling residential customers. As non-residential customers already have different incentive mechanisms to manage their electric supply costs and a much more mature space for third parties to offer services, including installing batteries and wholesale market participation. We elected to move forward with a flat pay-for-performance compensation metric of up to $100 per month per enrolled device, and I'll explain that a little bit further on the next slide. But this straightforward payment structure is designed to facilitate customer engagement and ease of enrollment through the pilot phase and is consistent with other enrollment incentives or participation incentives throughout the nation. For eligible devices, we will be focusing on 3 sets of devices: solar plus battery, batteries alone, so standalone storage, and bidirectional EVs. Through collaboration with various industry partners, we've determined that the current prevalence of existing DERs in the BGE territory does justify the projected enrollment rate of 1,060 participants. Last, I'll touch on exports, and customers with net meters and the necessary interconnection agreement will have the ability to export, and we will encourage that export throughout the pilot, although export will not be required and there is not currently an incremental incentive for export. BGE believes that this pilot can inform the sophisticated market analysis required to assess additional incentives for export and also considers non-exporting DERs as a valuable precursor to the ultimate goal of grid injection. Next slide, please. So BGE's proposed pay for participation is rooted in pay for performance. It's simplified for the customer engagement and adoption, and by using the device nameplate values and using reasonable assumptions for round-trip efficiency, reserve margins, etc., also combining that with opt-out thresholds, we did come down with a $100 per month incentive, which does align with a benchmarking of other utilities across the nation. Next slide. So moving on to how BGE's proposed VPP will deliver grid impacts. Partnering with experienced VPP implementers, we will be able to leverage utility data, device level data, and generation and load forecasts to optimize dispatch. The pilot is aligned with BGE's ultimate goal to have grid edge DERMS combined with utility DERMS, so integration is in our future. For the VPP value streams, we will explore opportunities to value stack VPP value streams with a primary focus on the system level demand and locational peak shaving. However, additional value such as wholesale market participation does require extensive understanding of resources to allow for confidence in commitments to PJM, for example. The BGE team has already performed this type of adaptation with the PJM markets with our BYOD thermostat program, Connective Rewards, and now confidently offers that into the PJM wholesale markets. Lastly, I will touch on the pilot metrics and how we are leveraging the data, utility data, and AMI data to understand the capability of energy storage devices to provide a predictable load response and ultimately to inform how BGE can appropriately manage grid injection. The basics of the pilot will have three main pillars here: visibility, control, and the limitations. As far as visibility, we need to know where is the resource on the grid, what technology type is there, the capabilities and capacities of the DER, for example. We need to know what signals the VPP will be following. Is it PJM pricing? Is it peak shaving, for example? And then we also have to have visibility into how the utility can intake the data, store the data, and integrate into planning and operational applications. Moving on to control, this will be a big piece of working with our VPP partners, but we need to know how events will be dispatched. What takes priority and precedent? Is there a schedule? Is there lead time required? Is it automated? Is it manual? Also, we need to know, can the transmissions and distribution teams operate with this data and rely on this tool? Lastly, we need to understand any limitations that are not a technical limitation. So these could be overlapping use cases, it could be customer behavior dynamics, opt-out, for example, or assumptions of device and non-performance throughout the territory. The bottom line is the confidence in device performance is required for modeling and forecasting moving forward. With that, I will pass it over to you.
Great. So thank you. And commissioners, as Catherine, Amy, and Kevin have explained, this program that BGE is proposing under the DRIVE Act is a really good example of how BGE is diligently and intentionally working with industry partners and other stakeholders to craft programs that we believe can really have meaningful and beneficial impacts for the grid and for our customers. But I will also say that cost recovery is the foundation that utilities like BGE require in order to be able to implement and execute programs like this. And so what BGE is requesting here in terms of cost recovery in order to execute the DRIVE programs that we are proposing is simply traditional cost recovery. We are requesting a regulatory asset now that BGE is operating in a multi-year plan with a rate stay out that no longer contains a reconciliation. We are requesting the approval to just defer the incremental costs we incur with implementing these programs into a regulatory asset that we can then come back to the Commission in a future rate case and request recovery of. That regulatory asset, we are requesting that it would be included in rate base. And while I understand that staff and maybe others are saying that the Commission can determine what return with that regulatory asset, or if a return is appropriate in the future, and the Commission would make that determination in the future in a future base rate case. You're not making any decisions about what is recovered or is prudent or is subject to a return in this proceeding. There are parties who have argued that that BGE and other utilities should be granted something less than the fair and reasonable authorized return that this Commission has approved. And we just want to make clear that while we are fully wanting to partner and to implement these programs, we cannot do that at anything other than the fair and reasonable return that the Commission has authorized for utility investments. We're simply asking for the traditional cost recovery that utilities have been granted for decades, and we're simply asking that the Commission, fulfill your role in the regulatory compact that we are operating under.
And just to just get out there. You know, we received a lot of comments about why we didn't offer a low to moderate income customers incentive, and just want to draw the commissioner's attention to the facts that LMI customers have not been defined explicitly at this point by the commission, and there's not a specific class for LMI customers, so we did not propose an LMI incentive at this time, but BG&E does remain open to offering programmatic benefits to LMI customers in the future. And, you know, we would look to this pilot as a resource of how to offer those incentives and what type of incentives should be offered.
Thank you, Catherine. Building on Catherine's last statement, BGE looks to iterate moving forward from this pilot, including once that LMI definition is set, we would, of course, we believe that, the equitable application of this VPP is important as well. So we would be happy to focus on that. And additionally, we look forward to leveraging the learnings of this pilot so we can improve upon a future VPP program. BGE will work with partners, stakeholders, fellow utilities to iterate and follow a model of continuous improvement, ensuring that a transition from this pilot to a program is successful. And in the spirit of that collaboration, we'd like to thank MEA, staff, OPC, and other stakeholders for highlighting the many ways in which the proposal that we have put forth aligns with the state and commission goals and the legislature. We also recognize that there have been requests for all the utilities to refile. However, we hope that as we have walked through our plan today, that we have highlighted and successfully made clear that our pilot does include all of the elements requested by the DRIVE legislation and the commission. And I would like to again emphasize those many elements, which include addressing identified goal of peak load reduction, which OPC did highlight as the main point of the DRIVE Act. We allow for export. We are rooted in pay-for-performance compensation methodology. We have identified metrics. And to address pilot scalability and iteration, BGE's pilot is on a similar scale as other utilities offering a BYOD-only approach, and proposing to do so in an even tighter enrollment timeframe than many utility programs across the country have used. In fact, for example, Green Mountain Power's established BYOD program that I believe is from 2019 has roughly 500 enrollments. Now, while BGE plans to work with MEA and to educate customers and other stakeholders, including MEA, to educate other customers on the variety of incentives that are available, many other utility programs do offer upfront incentives and alternative options, such as utility-owned behind-the-meter batteries to ease the burden of adoption to increase that VPP asset. BGE would happily revisit any of this when the VPP pilot transitions into a full program. So as you can see, we are very willing to take the learnings from this VPP pilot that we have proposed that does align with the legislation and be iterative and transparent in that process. Additionally, we would also like to highlight the speed at which we need to begin work on this VPP to adhere to the reporting deadline set forth. The time spent refiling is really time lost on our program launch, customer enrollment, and the grid outcomes that we could achieve through this pilot. In closing, BGE has a strong vested interest in partnering with all stakeholders to create an impactful VPP and boasts a demonstrated history of continuous improvement in load program management design. Our VPP DRIVE Act pilot will be no different. We're committed to learning fast, sharing transparently, and scaling responsibly, and as such, we respectfully request that the Commission approve our pilot today. This proposal keeps customers at the center, tests the right questions, and builds the foundation for VPPs to become a lasting part of Maryland's grid. Thank you, and we welcome your questions.
We have one more slide.
Oh, apologies.
Yeah.
Yep, Lynn Fiery here to speak about BGE's time of use proposal as part of the DRIVE Act, and as is pretty clear, it's a bit separate from the VPP pilot. So BGE, as outlined in our filing, we currently have a variety of time of use options for our residential customers. So what we did with this filing and our proposal is we looked to streamline those existing offerings, and we looked to improve them. Currently, BGE has about 5% of its residential customers on time of use rates. So we're hoping through these improvements, we are able to increase that participation number. What we are looking to do is we are looking to sunset Schedule EV. That is a whole house time of use rate for electric vehicle drivers. And with the existence of BGE's EV only charger TOU rate, less customers seem to be interested in the whole house option for EV drivers. We have less than 200 customers on the whole house rate. The vast majority of drivers are choosing that charger only option. So we are proposing to sunset that whole house EV rate. We're not proposing any changes to the EV charger only TOU rate as part of this filing. We are just recognizing that it is a TOU option available to residential customers. We also took a look at our existing legacy time of use schedules, one of which is Schedule RL. That has about 50,000 customers on it, but has little to no price signal to encourage customers to shift load. So we are proposing a moderate adjustment to strengthen the price signal for Schedule RL. And then the other change we're looking to make is to Schedule RD. Schedule RD is the former PC44 TOU pilot rate schedule. It came out of the PC44 rate design work group through a long, many-year process of collaborative hard work that the work group put in to develop this rate schedule, execute a pilot, and then refine it based on learnings from the pilot. We're looking to refine it a little bit more from what we've learned from post-pilot recruitment on that rate schedule. And we've heard that a barrier to customer enrollment on that schedule is a high peak price that is tied to that schedule. So we're looking to reduce that peak price, slightly lessen the price signal while still maintaining an effective signal that will encourage load shifting for customers. With our customer education plan for our TOU portfolio, we are looking to, again, leverage the work that was done in the PC44 rate design work group through the pilot. We're learning from our past recruitment efforts, expanding on it a bit, but also leveraging tools that we already have in our toolkit. And through all of that, we are hoping to increase our time of use enrollment by January 2028 in a reasonable way. We are hoping to have about like 11% of residential customers enrolled in TOU as a result of these efforts, and also the efforts of the EV team on that EV charger only TOU rate. So that would a little bit more than double the customers who are participating in TOU. We have presented this proposal to the PC44 rate design work group before we filed, and had opportunity for discussion and feedback with stakeholders. And we do appreciate the collaboration that has gone on for many years now in that work group as we built our TOU portfolio. And as you could see in the comments filed by staff and OPC, who are participants in that work group, they are supportive of our TOU proposal, the elements that we're proposing to change and tweak for our existing rate schedules, which I think comes out of that collaboration in the work group. So appreciate the time and recommend that you accept our proposed TOU changes as we try to improve TOU participation in BGE's territory.
Do I get to say it now?
Yeah.
Thank you, and we welcome your questions.
Okay. Yeah. Commissioner Sussman.
Okay. Good morning. I still get to say good morning. Got another minute. Okay. Well, according to my clock. Anyway, we can have a conversation about, or I can actually ask you questions. So I'm going to start with the Drive Act, and the Drive Act is to support electric distribution system support services. So it's pretty broad, and I believe intended to be broad. So before I get to the specifics of the proposal, there are sort of key elements of what the legislation was intended to do. Peak demand reduction, demand response, and the avoidance or deferral of a transmission distribution upgrade or capacity expansion. And I know that your proposal is focusing on peak demand reduction, and I know that we've asked you to sort of focus on that, but we didn't say to the exclusion of everything else. And you did mention that you are exploring localized targeted marketing strategies. And I just it just seems to me that this is a lost opportunity. I mean, you don't sort of just go into neighborhoods and just replace transmission lines or distribution lines. You actually make those decisions based on the needs of the system. And knowing the needs of the system, it just seems to me that just having people come to you is a rather passive way of getting to where we need to be, which is, we need to reduce peak where the reductions are needed, and we need to find ways of avoiding building out transmission distribution systems. So I feel like there's a lost opportunity at the start of the program, and I know that you have the tools in place. So if you could explain to me why you are not including in this pilot your engagement in the process, so where you identify localized needs as opposed to just waiting for people to come to you.
Sure. Thank you so much for the question, Commissioner Suchman. So if I could provide some clarity, we are proposing our pilot address system-wide, but also localized. We have been working with our capacity planning teams, and we will continue to work with them to understand areas of capacity constraint that would be ideal locations to go ahead and look at locationalized targeting to defer infrastructure.
But not in the first 2 years of the pilot.
Yes. No.
In the first two. So
Correct.
day one, part of, because it's so in your I believe in your proposal,
Okay.
it was suggested that this was something that you were going to do sort of later, and that's not the case.
No, from day one, we have, as this pilot has emerged and has also, we've gotten additional feedback from other stakeholders because, once we submit this pilot, it continues to advance and it continues to grow. So as we have had additional conversations since the time the pilot was submitted, we have been working consistently with our capacity planning teams and understanding what kind of adoption and having those conversations to understand how we can work with our partners to understand where these devices are in our service territory specifically, and then also look at information from our capacity planning teams to identify areas that would be good candidates to explore these targeted marketing strategies so we can understand how we can get adoption in these homes to enroll into a VPP. So then we can understand how we may be able to defer infrastructure upgrades. As you can imagine, it is a large amount of saturation that you would need around a specific location to actually defer those infrastructure upgrades.
No, I appreciate that. And have you thought about having sort of differing levels of incentive depending on the needs of the system? Or as opposed to just you're proposing sort of a flat monthly and then a kilowatt hour benefit. Have you thought about sort of doing something like an avoided cost where you're sort of looking to see, we're gonna pay you more if you put your VPP here because we're gonna get better benefit for the system?
So I believe that will be explored. We have an existing LVDER pilot that I believe MEA also mentioned in their comments that we are hoping aligns with some of the timing of this pilot so we can understand what that might look like and pair it with that program.
Okay, because I think that there would be a lot of value in looking to see, what level of incentive do you need for uptake? But also, are there ways in which you can design a program so that there are differing incentives depending on the benefit to the system?
I think it's worth noting that the pace of this pilot in 2 years, we are trying to get those initial learnings, and then for the full program, we will be able to use those learnings to do that targeting. So the capacity planning, for example, they're looking at a feeder. That's a 3-year process to plan that. They do the preparation 1 year, the engineering the next year, and then they install it. So we have to get ahead of them to make sure that we are having a tool in their tool belt to get ahead of their plan.
Well, and that's actually information that we would benefit from. What's the timing? How much timing do you need? Is a 2-year pilot going to be enough to be able to get those systems in place? Now, are you? I know that the PHI companies have a different model. In terms of the aggregator, how do you anticipate so this would just be any aggregator would come to you. It wouldn't be a company aggregator.
So I think we have an RFP or plans for an RFP to have one aggregator to work with for this pilot.
Okay, so that one aggregator would be aggregating all of the different VPPs.
That is our goal.
Okay, so we actually have licensing for aggregators. We've been looking at the kinds of things that we need to get in place for the aggregator community to come here. Explain to me how your bringing an aggregator would not serve as a disincentive for all of those aggregators that are kind of out there ready to come into the market, but for these pilots.
So I think for this pilot, as we stand it up, we want to make sure we're taking a hard look at the cost and the affordability. So having multiple vendors come in can get rather expensive. So the goal here for this pilot for 2 years is to explore a grid edge DERMS and how we can set that up to get the needs of this pilot and look at the future of how we integrate with our utility-based DERMS.
Okay, but if you allow the market to go out and find aggregators who can identify projects, explain to me how that's not a more efficient way of running a pilot than you sort of putting out an RFP and bringing sort of an aggregator, an implementer. I actually I'm not really clear what their function is. And would be sort of serving the needs of all of the participants in the program.
So I'll say we certainly aren't ruling anything out this time, but the critical piece for me is the utility vision and visibility of how these aggregators can work and address the system grid constraints or needs. When we bring in third parties, they aren't necessarily going to be after the same things that the utility is. So as we see the DRIVE Act instructing us to move forward, is to really work internally with BGE stakeholders to identify and marry the need with the resources that are out there.
Well, except that you'd be paying for an aggregator. They would be working for BGE. It just seems to me that your incentives may be very different, or at least your incentives would be different than an aggregator working in the marketplace as opposed to somebody who's working for you. And you'd actually want the incentives to be different because you have different roles. I'm not really understanding the value of bringing. You're sort of reinventing a wheel that already exists and may actually be an imperfect wheel because you won't be replicating that. There won't be an aggregator within BGE once the pilot is no longer a pilot. So I'm not really understanding the value of it. I didn't understand. I mean, it was more detailed in the PHI proposal. I don't remember seeing it in your proposal, but I'm not really understanding. I mean, why do we sort of, we had a proceeding where we looked at licensing them. Why would you, I mean, sort of like, a retail electric supplier wouldn't be within BGE. So I'm not really understanding why an aggregator would be within BGE.
So we're talking about a third-party partner that would help dispatch and orchestrate these devices when we're referencing our partner and our RFP. And that is the same structure that many utilities across the country, they have these partnerships, and allows us as a utility to understand the best application of these VPP assets for us for things like locational and locational.
Yeah, but that would just be somebody, that would be an employee within BGE. I mean, or they could be a contractor. I'm just not understanding. I mean, the term aggregator was used by the PHI companies. That's kind of got a defined term in the industry. So I understand that in order to make this work, you may have to hire additional staff. I'm not understanding what an aggregator would be doing, it just seems to me to be the wrong role.
So we did not use the term aggregator in our proposal. We used the term the third-party implementer, and that company's role would be to help orchestrate and dispatch these, and then report back to the utility to understand in similar strategies and how we utilize third parties for our smart charge management and also for our load management programs. For
Right,
our
but an
thermostat
aggregator
systems.
could perform that same function. So, that's the point of an aggregator. 100 homes, and they're sort of determining what the level of peak reduction is, and they would be working with somebody within BGE, and it could be a contractor, it could be somebody within BGE, not really understanding this new function.
Right, and I think by us directly engaging with the third-party implementer, it gives our teams a certain amount of visibility and control and reliability of that VPP resource and asset.
And what would be the role of the aggregator then in that scenario?
So in my mind, when I'm thinking aggregator, I'm thinking that the utility does not want to go straight to the OEMs and have the IT projects per OEM. So we go through one aggregator or platform.
OEM.
Original equipment manufacturer. So
Thank
the
you.
manufacturer. Sorry.
We love our acronym.
Okay.
So the goal of the VPP platform or the aggregator, I would use them the same, is so that we have one system that can communicate out to a multitude of devices.
Okay. I mean, we can. I'm concerned about taking aggregators out of the process because we see them, or at least I see them, as an important part of this. I don't want to create a new entity, and I'm concerned about spending more money to create a new entity that's going to disappear once the program becomes final. So, I mean, we can sort of figure out how this works, but I don't see that there's going to be a lot of value for this if we don't have aggregators in the process. I mean, aggregators are a recognized entity. They perform lots of functions within PJM, and so I don't want to remake this and to have the remade entity be within the company with with the ratepayers paying for it. Doesn't make any sense to me. All right, so I have other questions. So you are limiting the eligible devices to battery storage, solar, and bidirectional EV. Those are not the DERs that were limited by the statute. I mean, it was pretty broad, and there are lots of different kinds of entities out there. Why do you need to limit those as opposed to waiting for an aggregator to come to you and say, these are the DERs, this is how they can function? And it's probably going to be storage, but it could be others. It could be solar and battery and some more demand response. There could be a range of different entities out there. Why do you need to limit the participation?
So I will start with, I think for the aggregators you're using it is very common for the commercial space. For the residential space, it isn't as prevalent, which is why a lot of the programs or pilots you're seeing out in the VPP space do use an aggregator as the main focus for their platform, for residential, that is. I will say that
Now there's aggregators in the commercial space too. I mean, although I have the sense that we're not doing very well on demand response, whether it's residential or commercial. And we can get into that later. But I'm trying to understand why we need to define limits on the kinds of DERs that can participate in this, as opposed to just sort of identifying, BG identifying a problem. We have constraints on this feeder. We're concerned about having to build out more distribution. Capacity prices are really high. and you aggregators go out and figure out how you can come to us with proposals and then participate in this pilot. I'm not really, and especially because it is a pilot, it may be that you're mostly going to see storage, but there could be others there, and I'm not understanding why we have to limit it.
Yeah, I think you touched on that. This is a pilot, so we are starting somewhere, and I do believe that storage and solar is a very valuable resource to our grid, and that's why we have chosen to focus primarily on those. Also looking at the prevalence of those devices in our service territory. But to your point, this is a pilot, right? And so understanding maybe there are other devices. Maybe when we look for a future program, we could be more inclusive in for more devices.
Right, but if we were to tell you to not put limits on what DERs can participate, is that going to present a problem for BGE?
So I don't know if it would create an overwhelming problem, but for a pilot, we generally want to make sure we're measuring the things that have the highest propensity in the field. So we could open it up, but I think what you'll find is the makeup of who participates will still remain within.
Actually, that's an important piece of information.
Yeah.
I mean, that actually will be of great value. Maybe there's not great opportunity to do things other than storage, but maybe demand response, maybe we really haven't sufficiently tapped into that. Or energy efficiency. I mean, there are a myriad of opportunities out there, and I don't understand why we have to put limits on it, particularly if we're going to be relying on aggregators, because they're going to go out there and they're going to find opportunities, and they're going to bring them to you.
I would just caution with economies of scale. If you're going after smaller resources or smaller groups of resources, there is potentially an overhead that comes into play. So,
Well, but that's one more reason to rely on aggregators, because that's their overhead.
okay.
Okay. So I want to talk about LMI. So this is, I'll just read you from the statute. So clearly the General Assembly thought that there was a definition of low or moderate income customers, because they put, it says that we may require an investor-owned electric company to prioritize the offer of incentives or rebates under this section to low or moderate income customers. And what you're telling us is that we can't prioritize it because we haven't defined what an LMI is. I don't really quite understand what you're saying there, but it seems to me that if the General Assembly thinks that we have that ability to prioritize, and I think we need to prioritize, why is it that you think we can't prioritize, or you think you can't prioritize?
Well, Commissioner, the Commission's order directed us to not propose a reg asset, and we can attribute costs to LMI customers in this pilot proposal. So I agree with you that the DRIVE Act contemplates LMI incentives, but I mean.
But you're
But we-
asking us to set a reg asset for implementation of this program.
For the program costs, but that is separate and distinct from LMI incentives.
Incentives and rebates, that's part of the cost.
Well, it can be, but we are not required to file those per the statute, or you can order us to file those.
Well, but I'm looking at your proposal, and there are incentives and rebates in your proposal. I mean, you've got the $100 a month offer, and then you've got the kilowatt hour. Those are incentives.
Agreed. But
Why?
those are offered to all residential customers. It's not a specific LMI incentive. It's available to LMI customers.
But you could do that. Why can't you do that in the proposal? I'm not really understanding why.
Because we can't allocate the costs to LMI customers, and we weren't able to have a reg asset for incentives. So those were limiting factors in why we didn't offer LMI incentive. And there's also the PC 59 proceeding, which is a holistic review of the low income structure, discount that may be provided. And so it could just be complicated to administer a program that has a sub-discount or incentive rate for LMI customers that we'd have to apply, and then also a whole maybe system-wide.
Right.
discount.
Well, I mean, but we also have the storage proceeding, which has its own set of issues and incentives, and so there's a complication there. We have the distribution system planning process where we're supposed to be looking at what does the system need. I mean, there are all different proceedings with all different challenges. It just seems to me that telling us that we can't do it because we haven't defined it is a problem when the legislature says we can do it. So I think you need to come back to us with something that addresses this, because I want to see that.
Commissioner Suchman, could it be that, so the Maryland Department of Environment has defined underserved and overburdened communities. That is a clear definition with geographical bounds. BGE would definitely be willing to explore looking at different, compensation tiers potentially, looking at those communities. But we really felt like there was work happening in that work group in terms of how are we to determine what an LMI customer is outside of that. But we would be happy to explore, as we said in our filing, even, part of the pilot or a permanent program, looking at those underserved and overburdened communities.
Well, and the problem is, because you've set it up as a bring your own device, the LMI community cannot just bring its own device. And so, and it doesn't, and the incentives don't have to be financial. I mean, there could be, I think you guys are smart people. You can figure out ways in which we can bring the LMI community into this pilot, where the pilot is sort of set up for those who can afford to bring their own devices.
Yeah. So upfront incentives were highly discouraged. And so to your point, it is challenging for an underserved and overburdened community to get those new devices, which is part of the reason why, even for a regular customer in a 2-year pilot, a BYOD approach was utilized. Other utilities across the country do offer some scaling of upfront incentives to help underserved and overburdened communities, or LMI, or whatever definition we choose to look at, to help them overcome those barriers.
Okay, so I just want to be clear, though, that when you're talking about third-party owned, so for example, if you have a community solar program that wants to take community solar and marry it with storage, would that program be able to participate in this pilot?
Can you repeat that? I apologize.
Well, if you have a community solar program.
Okay.
Okay, so there, the LMI community is just participating in the community solar program, but they don't own it. Somebody else owns it. Would they be able to participate in the pilot if they take solar and they marry it with storage?
So that is an idea that was not addressed in our pilot proposal. However, we do feel it is important to serve those underserved and overburdened communities. And if there are modifications to serve specifically underserved and overburdened communities that we would like to address in the pilot, I think we are open to that.
Yeah, I want to make sure that we're not leaving them behind, and so I'm concerned about this pilot being built of necessity to leave them behind. So I just want to make sure that there is some flexibility in making sure that they can participate. Status of DERMS. So where are you now in terms of DERMS on the system?
So I believe that is happening. That's work happening through another proceeding in looking at and exploring our DERMS rollout. I think what's important here is that implementation partner that we have specified, that grid edge solution, allows us to move forward with learnings in the absence of our DERMS.
Okay. So, but where are you? Are you 50% of the way? 75% of the way? How close are you to being to being 100%?
That's information I would have to get from those specific teams.
Okay, okay. But in order to do this program effectively, getting to 100% is the goal.
Not necessarily, no. By using that partner and the implementer, we can utilize their services to orchestrate and dispatch, and then we can set up an integration into our DERM, so it is still visible in our system currently.
Okay. Now, you testified earlier that it's only residential customers that you're targeting now,
Correct.
not commercial industrial, because they don't need it. Is that the?
I think it's just a more mature market with third parties that provide those services already. So there's a more significant need for residential.
Yeah.
Okay, but what we're hearing is that there's just not a lot of uptake in general, and if the there wasn't the statute didn't limit it to residential, so clearly the General Assembly didn't think that you should only be targeting residential. And if the focus of this is to try to find ways of having to avoid building out the system or incurring very high capacity charges, then there is a market out there that needs to be tapped, and I'm concerned that we're not tapping it. And it doesn't. I mean, it seems to me that there may be differing financial incentives in place that need to be recognized.
Right.
You might have to do more for residential and maybe less for commercial, or you may have to do something different for commercial. But I just feel like there's a community out there that could be targeted, and we're losing a lot of value if we're just focused on residential.
As Kevin highlighted, those non-residential customers, they have varying incentives and a mature space in a third party. And as you highlighted, we were not mandated to use commercial, so it was left open. And I think with this pilot, we're trying to take the approach of not boiling the ocean. It is a 2-year pilot, and even, our final report is due fall of 2027. So I think that we chose to focus on residential because they have a larger, there's less availability and bigger gaps for them in the VPP marketplace.
Well, except that if you think about the level of usage of commercial, then the benefit to the system is much greater if we were to effectively target the commercial industrial customer. I mean, if our focus is really on trying to reduce peak usage, avoid having to build out the system and paying high capacity charges, then it just seems to me that is low-hanging fruit that we may still need to target.
So I think that market is very healthy. So if you look at the June 24th event, you will see that the C&I sector did move the needle for the load on that day. So that section of the market is very healthy, and they offer into PJM separately.
Okay. I mean, the advantage of this proceeding is that we will hear from them, and then they can tell us how healthy the market is. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mayor Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So in the past, I might have had a thought or two about pilot programs run by the commission and what their long-term structure should be. So for this particular pilot, you've proposed a 2-year program focused primarily on residential customers. And as part of the cost recovery for it, you proposed a regulatory asset, and you're looking to have your rate of return that's been authorized from the existing rate case applied to it. Several parties here have suggested that you just get the cost of debt. Since this is just a 2-year pilot, why is that not a better approach?
Commissioner Linton, the commission, when it looks at what the fair and reasonable return is for the utility in financing all of its rate base, and we finance all of our rate base in its totality, approves one, fair and reasonable return. And that is, the fair and reasonable return that we're saying, we would expect to get on, a program like this. It honestly doesn't matter necessarily to me that the program itself is run for, simply 2 years. It matters how long over a period of time that we're financing the regulatory asset. So, for example, right now for BGE, if we started spending money, if the commission approved a program next month and we started, spending money, we'd be spending money for the next, 16 months, we'll call it, before it could ever start to get recovered in rates. And that 16-month period is a period over which we'd be, financing these costs. Now, we're not asking to accrue a return over that period of time. We're just simply asking that the commission allow us to establish a regulatory asset, defer those costs, and when those costs get recovered in a future rate case and that determination happens, that if that regulatory asset is recovered over 5 years or if it's recovered over 3 years, that we would be allowed to include that regulatory asset in the same rate base that all of our other investments that we're financing are included in, and that it would get the same return that any other utility investment that the commission deems is prudent would get as well.
Okay, so your proposed cost, at least from the filings that I've been looking at, it appears to be, and the pilot itself, appears to be primarily using resources that you have access to currently. So it's your virtual power plant, it's different forms of time of use tariffs. We're not talking about new infrastructure that you have to purchase and establish. Are there other things that you're looking to have in addition to this, that things that are going to last beyond the conclusion of a pilot, a 2-year pilot?
Well, we're certainly looking to get learnings that hopefully will last for a longer period of time. But, we're just simply saying that we'd like to get the approval of a regulatory asset to defer the incremental costs. So to your point, if there are costs that we would incur even without these programs, we're not asking for the ability to defer those costs in the regulatory asset. We're just asking to the ability to defer incremental costs not yet in rates today. So, for example, TOU, we're proposing that there's going to be some additional customer education and outreach. There's some, I'll call it relatively small amount of costs that we're going to incur with that, and we are asking for the ability to defer those costs into the regulatory asset.
Yeah.
It's not costs that we are incurring today without the program. It's costs that we would incur if you approve the program.
And I would just like to add that ideally this transitions and merges and forms a full program. And the costs spent today, they do not disappear. You now have, if at peak enrollment, a 4.1 megawatt asset that we have created through our customers that you do not want to lose, right? That is a valuable grid resources. And the integrations and the partners that we will be using during the pilot can easily flow into a full program.
And once it's a full program and it would be, those costs would be ongoing and included in rates, we wouldn't need to defer those costs into a regulatory asset, right? Those costs would be at that point, as Amy explained, would be ongoing and would simply be part of what you would look at in a rate case and build into rates at that time.
Okay, so you, as part of developing your pilots then, were you looking at relying on solutions, technologies, infrastructure that you currently have in order to develop the pilots? I mean, we already have time of use programs, virtual power plant, and that's going to get tough after a while.
It's going to get us all today.
Those are, all of this is technology, software, in the cloud type things. So you have access to a lot of that already. So did you, as part of developing your pilots, were you just focusing on using technology resources that you already have, or were you looking to, for lack of a better word, innovate a little beyond that?
Yeah, I mean, so in regard to resources that we already have, I think it's really important, as we highlighted, that, a VPP asset is only as good as the amount of enrollment that you have into that, as we've talked about this morning here and this afternoon now. And, those marketing dollars and building off of our existing programs, taking our learnings and applying our analytics to understand who might be candidates, working with our stakeholders, these are all things that are, one, building off experience and relationships and partnerships we already have, but it's taking it and it's adding another level of engagement and another flavor to it. And so we, of course, as BGE, are always mindful of making use of existing infrastructure. But what is being proposed as part of this VPP does keep in mind how we're building off some experience, but these costs are required for the new VPP program.
Okay, so earlier when I was asking questions about the difference to the company between ROR versus cost of debt, over a 2-year project, and this is a 2-year pilot, excuse me, that now we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars for this. Now it's important. I'm hoping that we'll learn some great information from it that maybe one day could be used into something more extended. But from an incentive to the company, the difference seems to be pretty small. I mean, I know that it is a difference for sure, but it's not tens of millions of dollars.
Yeah, and Commissioner Linton, respectfully, the way that I think we look at it, it would be a disincentive, and you would be communicating to us if you gave us something different than the full authorized return that you give us for any other investment, that you don't want us moving forward with putting financing towards a program like this. So,
and I guess that's part of what I was trying to get to. If you were using existing information technology, I know you're creating a couple of new things, but you're not talking about new hardware. You're not talking about new resources. You're using time of use. You got a pilot that's fairly small. Why is it a disincentive if we're not offering you RR as opposed to the cost of debt?
It's a disincentive because it communicates to the utilities that you don't see this program or the investment in the program at the same level that you see investments in any other distribution investment. And I will say we are absolutely the time of use aspect of what we're proposing here is a smaller aspect in terms of the amount of investment that we would be making. It's not the large share of the spend that we're proposing here, and we absolutely are looking at, and you heard Ms. Fiery explain, that we're actually looking at our current time of use offerings and looking to make sure that they actually line up better with perhaps what customers are actually looking to see and what we see them actually engaging in, and simplifying them and making them more customer friendly and actually more aimed towards for those customers who would be, willing and able to participate in time of use rates, rates that actually would incent those customers to shift their load to non-peak periods. So the time of use is not actually a large amount of investment, to your point. The VPP is using absolutely resources that BGE does not have today that would be aimed at attracting and enrolling customers who have existing devices out there, right? Solar storage to kind of align their usage and behavior of those devices with what the system and grid needs are, so that we can learn and hopefully move forward with a much larger and bigger deployment in the future for how DERs that are out there can be used by the utility to benefit the grid and customers in general.
Yeah, and Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You got more.
And I was just going to kind of add to what Mr. Frayne was saying, that non-wire solutions are an important tool, and these load management programs are an extremely important tool, and they help bridge the gap between many of the, problems our grid is currently facing. They're extremely valuable, especially when this scales into, and hopefully scales into, a larger program. And I think that's evidenced by the amount of stakeholders that you see today and all of the discussion surrounding this. So I would argue that treating these non-wire solutions in these programs, as an alternative to wires is extremely important for the future of our grid in our state.
Okay. All right. I actually have several topics I wanted to ask questions on, but since there are a couple of these utilities, I'll just kind of share the wealth a little bit. But I did have one other one for you, and I just wanted to get your response. Several parties raised some questions about the transparency and metrics that are incorporated as part of your pilots. What is your response to them? Do you believe have you proposed them? Do you think you've met that requirement? What's your response?
I think on, I'm going to say slide 5 that we presented, we do have some metrics up there. So we do want to make sure that we are measuring everything we possibly can using the device level data in the field with our VPP partners, as well as utility data. So we do want to figure out as much as we can from this pilot. I think what is perceived as unclear is that we are leaving the door open to establishing value of different data streams that we may not be aware of. So I do think we are exploring all the data streams that we can possibly get from this. So to me, the metrics are perceived as unclear because we do want to look at all of them and really make sure we're assigning value appropriately.
Okay, so anytime when I read comments in filings about metrics, to me that has a couple of different meanings. One of them being that there is some concern that the company operating the pilot may not be transparent with data that they're collecting. So just since we're here, we're all talking about it, is that an issue? Is that something that the company has seen is thinking could be an issue, or are we of the position now that the data you're collecting from this pilot you can make available as whatever way the folks in the technology side like to see it, so that they can analyze it, test it, verify it, and be able to confirm that what you're claiming has been accomplished has in fact been accomplished?
So I think in terms of IT security, there is going to be some, depending on who we partner with, they will dictate how much transparency we can have with certain customer data. So certain manufacturers of equipment will share certain amounts and levels of data. So we will be, I guess, held to the standard of data security with our partners and what they require us to keep secure.
But I think there's a variety of data that we are currently sharing through other programs, like our load management programs, that we, of course, would happily and transparently share with, partners and stakeholders.
Okay, so that kind of sounds right. I guess I want to make sure that 2 years from now, when you're here in the rate case, we don't have different parties saying, well, we don't think this program really met the metrics that we set up, and there's questions about access to the data to verify, and you say it is meeting it, they're saying it's not, and of course sitting here saying, why didn't we take care of this 2 years ago? So we're at 2 years ago now. So I just want to make sure that we are setting up the pilot today to be able to define and measure, and when we say it was successful in the future, let's talk about making it bigger. We have data to support that.
Agreed. And I think you'll see in other proceedings that we have, we readily partner with stakeholders and we work together to understand what kind of data that we are able to share and what the data that they are looking for, to find that happy medium to where we can fairly evaluate the programs. Because to kind of circle back to a lot of what we talked about earlier, we have a vested interest in understanding the best use of this VPP asset as well. Understanding customer opt-out data, load shed, things of that nature. So we will be as transparent as possible, and we are committed to working with stakeholders to understanding what metrics we can share and what they're looking for, as we do in similar pilots and proceedings at BGE.
Okay. All right, I will leave it at that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your answers. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Barbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just begin by saying that I don't believe the law mandates inclusion of LMI communities. The law says the commission may require an investor-owned electric company to prioritize the offer of incentives or rebates under the section to low or moderate income customers. So obviously, low and moderate income customers don't have, generally speaking, don't have electric vehicles, batteries, and solar panels. So let me suggest a place where you can include LMI communities, and that is in enhanced incentives for participation in load shedding, management programs. That can be an instance. And let me also suggest that while the whole definition of LMI is not the same as the overburdened definition that we put in the Climate Solutions Now Act. There are definitions of LMI that are out there that are used throughout state government, and I think that the commission should define how that would be. So those were just the points I wanted to make with respect to LMI communities. I will say, as a former member of the legislature, we always wanted to do good things for those among us who have less money than we do. So this is an effort to do that, but again, clearly it says the commission may, and I'm sure that the sponsors didn't have a specific example of how they wanted to do this. I would suggest that since they don't have batteries, cars, and solar panels, the way to do this is to enhance the incentives for going on load management programs as a way to do this in your pilot. You mentioned the Green Mountain program in Vermont. So since you made the mistake of mentioning it in front of me, let me ask you if to what extent did you investigate their program? Did you investigate how they implemented it and how they are measuring progress or lack of progress?
So clearly you are very invested in that program. So I will tell you what we did look into. In terms of how we developed much of our pilot, we did benchmark across other utilities, obviously, to understand how our offerings compare and to make sure we were, putting something forth that was competitive. As I understand, Green Mountain Power has two parts to their proposal. They have a BYOD component, and then they also have a program where there are utility-owned batteries, and customers are able to lease them. And that is the other component of their program. There may also be incentives. Kevin, if you have any recollection from that as well, please feel free to offer it. But that is my knowledge.
Okay. What about their analysis and examination of the economics around it? Did you look into that at all?
Not as part of preparation for today, no.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. So let me just tell you that to anybody who's observed me on this commission, they know that I'm very much interested in universal metrics, and my favorite is the levelized cost of energy. And I know that there is not an analogous metric like that in this instance, but talk to me about how you will evaluate the success or lack of success of this pilot as against more traditional ways of producing and distributing power. Have you thought about that, or are you not yet at that stage?
So I think there are a lot of conversations happening with internal stakeholders at BGE, trying to figure out the value of DERs, whether it's our thermostat programs or battery programs or whatever else we can figure out. So I think a lot of those conversations are building on the confidence of the resources first. So I think those conversations are happening, but they're at their infancy right now, really focused on well, what do we have and does it work? How reliable is it that we can actually plan for it? If we can't appropriately plan for it, then the poles and wires are going to come into play. So I think really for planning purposes, we have to run pilots like these to really understand what is it that we have on our hands and how can we best use it.
Fair enough. Let me suggest, though, that to you and to everybody else in the room here, that at least from my point of view, I am going to want to see an evaluation of DERs and non-wire solutions versus traditional generation, transmission, distribution, because being an accountant, I believe in economies of scale, and by definition, VPPs are the exact opposite of economies of scale, and I'm concerned about that. So those are, to you and also to our staff, I really want to emphasize the fact that we need to be able to dig into the economics of this, because at some point soon, the legislature is going to ask us how it's going. And, Vermont is a very good example of this. They have this extensive program. They're also one of the most expensive states in the union when it comes to electricity. And that's something that's something that's ever present in our minds right now because of recent events. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to leave it there. I just want to emphasize the fact that in this whole process, we have to have a good way of evaluating the value of VPPs. And we are going to have to convince skeptics like me, and I am a skeptic with respect to, even though I was a former member of the legislature, I was always a skeptic about any economic model that lacks economies of scale. And so I think that is the direction in which we are all going to have to collectively evaluate these programs in this pilot. So I'll leave it there, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Commissioner McLean.
Good afternoon. A lot of the questions I had have already been asked. But I do have one quick question. I believe BGE is the only utility proposing a 2-year pilot rather than a 3. And given that you're not anticipating beginning VPP operations until late 26, is that going to give you enough data to show whether or not the pilot's been successful?
So the 2-year pilot timeframe was dictated by the final reporting guideline, which it follows up at fall of 2027. So we at BGE have been doing a lot of legwork in order to, 1, shape this pilot, but 2, issue RFIs and RFPs so we can make sure that we hit the ground running. Our current timeline proposal, I believe, kicks things off by Q3 of 2026. So not losing that whole entire year by any means. And, just in the background, we are thinking about how we are going to, again, hit the ground running and move very quickly on this.
Okay. Yeah, it wasn't necessarily a criticism. I was just curious. That's all. That's all I have, sir.
Okay. So your pilot design said that you're going to deal with customers that already own the types of equipment you're looking for. So do you know how many there are, in your system already?
So we have been working with industry partners to estimate the penetration of their devices in the field. So that is what our projections are based on, is how many of these devices are out there and how many we think we can actually recruit into the program or pilot.
And so your recruitment, is that going to be like a direct pitch to the people that are your customers already that you think have one of these devices to say, hey, we'd like you to sign up for this?
So I don't want to paint myself into a corner.
Sure.
That could be the opportunity. Working with the partners and the manufacturers of the equipment often have a relationship with their customers. So working with them to figure out the best way to recruit for this pilot would be how we anticipate moving forward.
Because I guess my thought was if you already know who the vast majority of them are, it may actually work to try to make a direct pitch to them,
right,
as opposed to just the broad overall thing to all of your customers to say, consider this. So.
100%. The goal will be targeted marketing for participants.
Okay. Alrighty, well, that's the only question I had. So I think we're going to break for lunch right now, so we'll come back at 1:30. Does that work? Good. Okay. All right. See you then. Record in 9761. Mr. Burkowski, you want to tell us who's next?
Okay, good afternoon, and again, Chair Hoover and Commissioners. Next, we have Maryland PepsiCo Holdings, and Matt Seegers, Assistant General Counsel, will introduce his panel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burkowski, and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Matthew Seegers, Assistant General Counsel with Pepco Holdings. We are pleased to give you an overview of our Drive Act proposal and to answer any questions you may have. To my immediate left is our Senior Manager for Retail Rates, Ms. Kaja Dana. And to her left is Mr. Eric Moberg, the Manager of Strategic Programs. So with no further ado, I will turn it over to them.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Eric Moberg, Manager of Strategic Programs with Pepco Holdings. We will start our presentation with the Drive Distribution System Support Services pilots. John, if you wouldn't mind going to the next slide.
Sure.
So our pilots were designed across the key priorities of Maryland's key stakeholders. Listed here are a number of several different priorities that were taken into account as these pilots were developed with a cross-functional team, consultant support, and across the vendor network that we consulted throughout the development of our pilots. A few program highlights, as you'll see here on the left, that we look to achieve with our programs here are 2.6 megawatts of total system peak load reduction. We are offering $2.7 million in performance incentives to customers, and then targeting just shy of 1,000 customers' devices to be enrolled in this program. And then looking across the stakeholder values, we designed these programs to deliver a more resilient, reliant, efficient, and affordable electric system in alignment with Maryland objectives. Next slide, please. So moving from across the stakeholder portfolio into the utility perspective of what do Pepco and Delmarva look to achieve and get out and improve our system with through utilizing these programs. First, as called out in the order, peak load reduction is our key use case that we will look to achieve that 2.6 megawatts in reduction while looking to explore other use cases throughout the duration of our 3-year pilot. We look to ensure that this program is iterative, building upon learnings throughout, while looking to achieve the things outlined on the first slide in terms of number of enrollments, peak reduction, and achieving different use cases and exploring those throughout the duration. Key to this will be change management. How do we work with our different departments to ensure the correct operational procedures are in place, working with our smart grid and other operational folks to ensure that we can deliver these safely and reliable to our core mission as a utility. And then lastly, looking to promote and enable the behind-the-meter storage market in Maryland. So offering incentives to encourage new deployments of batteries while leveraging and offering financial performance incentives to existing devices within the state. Next slide, please. So moving into our pilot design, we have put forward a 3-year pilot. A lot of topic of conversation between 2 and 3 years. We went with the 3-year model, recognizing this gives us more runway in terms of number of peak seasons that we hope to deliver and call upon events to aggregate devices on our system. We'll be looking to leverage behind the meter both batteries and electric vehicles. Again, calling out the primary use case of peak shaving across our system while exploring other use cases. And then pay for performance compensation. We are looking to compensate our customers directly for the value they provide to our system. And then on the right there is our compensation structure. So offering $300 per kW of nominated capacity, $150 in annual system validation credits to customers, and then a threshold of 80% of event participation to achieve the full compensation. A minimum of 80%, I should say. The pilot learnings are critical to enabling the future of grid service for Pepco and Delmarva Power. Within the pilot learnings, you'll see customer journey, so recognizing and understanding the marketing tactics, the customer engagement necessary to enroll and keep customers enrolled, and what that looks like across our pilot period. Grid services valuation, starting with peak shaving and build upon and stacking additional use cases to and exploring what other use cases are possible through battery aggregations on our system. Call it out again, the operational change management of how do we work with our internal groups and develop processes to deliver and allow not only what we filed in terms of a demand response type of program, but also allowing future injection and exploration of additional use cases that we can stack to deliver value beyond the current and initial state of our pilot. And then again, the internal processes that are necessary, not only from an operational perspective, but also from a programmatical and delivery in terms of applications and seeing these applications and devices through our system. With our pilot learnings, looking towards the second and third year of our pilot, where we hope to be able to then enable a full-time program where we would deliver the future of grid services in the term of looking at additional customer segments beyond the residential customer classes that we have filed to support today, analyzing capital deferral, which will be likely part of our report in the October 2027 due to the commission, and then looking at additional use cases, again, locational peak reduction, frequency regulation, and other potential use cases to stack upon system peak shaving. So a couple things we wanted to call out specifically and have been addressed in prior presentations are recognizing for PHI and implementers essential to delivering this pilot. We will look to leverage a third party through an RFP process to deliver upon the values we are hoping to achieve with these pilots. And some responsibilities of the third party that we will look to bring upon and support us will be customer enrollment, dispatching resources during event periods, monitoring of energy dispatch and event performance, aggregating peak load offset, and distributing customer compensation. We really see a partner as necessary to deliver on these pilots from a visibility, from an operational perspective, drawing parallels to some other programs we have, such as Smart Charge Management through the EV portfolio, and through our demand response program, where we have partners that deliver upon the values we have set forth in a similar stance to what we're looking to achieve here with the pilot through Drive. As mentioned by many stakeholders, our current offering from a Drive perspective initially does not allow grid injection from the batteries, but that is a key focus and what we will be looking to build upon through the 3-year pilot we have filed. We recognize the additional value that allowing export will provide, and we are committed to exploring how batteries and electric vehicles can export on our system through a reliable and safe process to vet and formalize these enablements. A couple things to call out in terms of what we will be looking to overcome and allow to enable injection will be establishing operational procedures, understanding the correct and appropriate operational safety parameters, customer interconnection approval requirements, real-time visibility, and the necessary metering to correctly track and monitor usage and export. To meet program delivery timelines, the companies have proposed beginning with a demand response framework to achieve and begin to achieve some of our Drive pilot targets. With that, I will hand it over to Kasia Dana.
Good afternoon, Chair Hoover, Commissioners. Kasia Dana, Senior Manager Rates for Pepco and Delmarva. I will be providing overview of our TOU filing within broader Drive Act filing. If we could move to the next slide, thank you. Evolving grid energy policy and customer needs require various offerings to accomplish goals and provide benefits to customers. Various complementary offerings and programs are available to customers to allow to meet their individual goals and can result in load shifting and energy usage reductions. PHI is committed to continue to offer TOU rates program in compliance with Drive Act, but also we see a value as it could serve as a channel to enhance education of customers, to allow to provide more control to customers that also could, and then it could translate into bill savings. Next slide, please. Through customer insights and feedback provided in the work group, the company heard that even though the variety of offerings is sufficient, certain modifications are needed to existing offerings to ensure adoption. Certain rate design modifications, as well as simpler enrollment and analytics tools are needed to assist customers with enrollment decisions and behavior changes. As far as our current offerings, we have RTOUP, which is an all-in distribution and supply TOU offering, and we are proposing adjustments to rate design to decrease the peak price for customers. RTM is a supply-only TOU offering in PEPCO, and we are providing information on how we could adjust rate design to provide stronger signal to customers. Our TOU-ND is a DPL specific distribution-only TOU offering. Also, we are providing more information and stressing the need for education and how this offering can be beneficial to customers who maybe are reluctant at first. All that to say, pilot and post-pilot lessons learned indicate that customer education and outreach is critical to achieve enrollment goals. We also believe that given that TOU program is going beyond just rate design, it crosses over many areas of the company. Addition of administration for this program would be critical to enable effective implementation and of the changes, but also increase in adoption for customers. Next slide, please. PHI recognizes importance of customer outreach through all the phases of pre-enrollment, enrollment, and post-enrollment. Robust marketing plan and customer outreach, as well as education tool deployment, will be required to meet enrollment goals that we are establishing within our filing. PHI strategy will leverage true advertising, direct-to-customer marketing tactics to raise awareness of TOU. Those tactics have been successful in other programs, so we've made adjustments to our proposed plan based on what we learned in the pilot, post-pilot, but also across other programs: energy efficiency, demand response, energy assistance. This concludes TOU update. Thank you.
In summary, the DRIVE DSSS pilot frameworks account for various stakeholder perspectives, delivering value both safely and reliably on PEPCO and Delmarva's distribution systems. Lessons learned from the pilot are critical to enabling the future of grid services. Updated TOU programs enhance customer control and affordability through updated rate designs, expanded education and outreach tools, and improved program management. We're encouraged to see stakeholder support around how we should be allowed to recover the costs associated with these programs, which balance driving customer activity and timely cost recovery. In alignment with BGE and outlined in our filing, the Exelon Utilities request recovery of Drive Act program costs through a regulatory asset included in rate base, a long-standing, proven approach used in Maryland for decades to recover incremental costs outside of rate cases. And with that, we conclude our presentation and open it up for questions.
Okay, Mr. Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon. So let's can you hear me? Let's start with okay, there I am. Let's start with looking at your overall pilot. You're proposing a 3-year pilot as opposed to BGE at 2 years for both companies. And as part of your proposed pilot, you have different estimates in terms of the number of customers you're looking to have participate. Could you help me to understand why PHI feels you need 3 years as opposed to a shorter time frame?
Sure, and thank you for the question, Commissioner. We filed a 3-year program to allow sufficient time not only to ramp up and build these programs from the start, but also provide the number of summers and peak seasons to allow the appropriate testing, marketing, and acquiring of customer resources to make these programs effective and deliver upon the learnings that we're looking to achieve. We also delivered an RFI to the market that informed us of a preference for 3 years to, again, touch on some of the points of the appropriate build-up time to acquire customers, the appropriate learnings and support with change management that may be required to get us to a future grid state. So with those notions, we went with 3 years to allow the appropriate time and the number of seasons that we think will allow us the appropriate evaluation of our pilots.
Okay, so as part of looking at the budget for your pilot, obviously staff compared it against the other companies that have filed it to request one. They also came up with a metric, staff came up with its own metric regarding the PJM capacity benefit, and they estimated it at about $29. I believe this was in their filings. In the comparison to the budget benefits, rather, from your two pilot proposals, your costs were roughly about, well, for Pepco it was about 6 times more at $170, and for Delmarva it was, well, multiple times more. So part of my question as to the 3 years was to try and see if there was something underneath there that was justifying the cost difference between what the staff thought was the PJM benefit as opposed to the cost to customers.
I will say through the lessons that we're looking to learn and achieve, and when you're referring to cost, you're referring to the cost per kW that we're providing in terms of capacity payment?
Yeah, that's part of what staff had in their proposal, the PJM capacity benefit.
Through the learnings of the pilot, we are looking to not only explore what it looks like in the value through participating in the PJM market, but also other distribution and transmission level benefits that can be achieved through this. Our threshold from a capacity performance perspective was set through a benchmarking exercise quite similar to BGE's in evaluating a number of different utilities across the country, and arrived at our threshold perhaps maybe on the lower side of the average, but recognizing that we are looking to establish a program, generate market activity and participation, and then build in additional grid values that can be stacked. So that is part of more or less a lot of the reason behind our establishment of the $300 per kW from a capacity incentive perspective, is evaluating the grid services over the life of the pilot and looking to how do we stack these and arriving at what that final value should be that we believe will be somewhere around the $300 per kW as we've seen benchmarked across the nation. If that doesn't answer your question, okay.
No, I mean we're getting there. I think I think my your budgeted costs are a lot more, are significantly more, at least on paper, than the other companies that have offered. And I'm trying to see if there's something in there that I didn't see. I read through your filing. Let me take a look. Let me take it from a different perspective. Pepco, you're looking at taking on about 11,000 customers. More of a broad marketing approach as opposed to a targeted effort. Is that part of your strategy for Pepco?
It sounds more in line with the TOU. Is that specific to the TOU marketing? Do you?
That's right. So we establish our enrollment goal at 2%, which is an industry standard for opt-in TOU programs. And that's, I think, approximately 14,000 for Pepco, 11 for DPL.
Okay, it's a lot of customers. You are you confident that the outreach plan that you have is going to be able to recruit that many people to participate? Well, I guess that's a two-layer question. One, do you think you can recruit that many? And I guess the second one is do you have that many people, or do you believe you have that many that are eligible to participate?
As far as eligibility, yes. No, we don't have concerns there. As far as our tactics and how we design to approach this time around, I think it's a combination of education, also additional analytics tools that customer will have available in their My account that they can look at and have a better view into their behavior, adjust, and also make a decision about enrollment and having simpler enrollment. we also want to make sure that we have a dedicated resource to provide the customer care and address any activities that need to happen to reach as many customers as we can.
Okay, I'm going to pause at this point. Thank you for your question. Thank you for your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Barbe.
I think I'm okay for right now.
Commissioner McLean.
Well, excuse me. Well, let me ask this. You heard the questions I put to BG&E. Do you have any commentary on the things that I said to previously? Do you have any comments on that? Especially my concern for how you analyze the success or failure of VPP program?
I'll offer in terms of the comparing capital investment deferral as a product of these. I think that's very much of interest to the companies and something that we'll be exploring, both from a TOU perspective and also a VPP perspective. So very much in alignment, and that's part of what looks like success, or what success looks like for the utilities, PHI utilities. I think a big portion of that is also how do we maintain and encourage and market to customers to get them to participate, because without customers and without their devices, from a VPP perspective, we don't have an aggregation, a VPP to call upon. But that is very much in addition to exploring other grid services that can be stacked upon capital investment deferral, PJM market participation. But the capital investment deferral is very much of interest to us.
Okay. That's it.
Okay, Commissioner McLean.
Right. Good afternoon. Sir, I think your slide indicated that you anticipate, or your target was 935 customers between the two service territories. And can you tell me how you arrived at that figure? To me, it just seems pretty low for a 3-year target level over 2 jurisdictions.
So yeah, it was a product of, or a combination of some of the benchmarking we did across like utilities and across programs across the nation. It was also a look at the devices that we currently have. I wouldn't say approved on our system for interconnection, but they have vetted and been authorized to exist, not from an export perspective, but we have a repository of batteries on our system. So looking at that and understanding for a ramp-up period across 3 years, we thought 935, short of 1,000, from a BYOD perspective was an appropriate target to hit across our 3-year pilot.
And I know you indicated that, I guess in the future, post-pilot, the company would be open to opening the program up to C&I customers. Is one of the reasons it's not open now some of the same reasons BGE cited, sir?
I would agree, and I would also add, which I think they also shared, is we designed this program to be affordable, recognizing the challenges we face across the state. Opening it to commercial customers, while it certainly provides system value, pretty drastically and quickly increases the cost when you look at it from a pay per performance perspective. So that is why we opt, in part, to go with a residential-only program at this time, is to expand and try to collect and enroll as many devices across our system as we could, shying away from the commercial perspective where we see large swaths of money going to a few devices on our system. So that was part of it.
Thank you, sir. Last question for you. You noted a couple, I guess, I'll call them barriers to allowing export at this time. Do you have an idea as to when those barriers are going to be addressed, or is that just further down the line, maybe post-pilot?
We look to address those, essentially day one of, or, we're even starting to address them currently through our channels to understand what do we need to do from a change management, internal change perspective. But certainly would be addressed throughout the duration of the pilot, and hopefully at the beginning or in the early stages of the pilot to enable what we see as a lot of other stakeholders see as additional and true value through allowing the full resource to participate in the program.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Sussman.
So to follow up on Commissioner McLean's questioning about the inclusion of C&I customers, if C&I participation allows for an avoidance of having to build out transmission lines, distribution lines, less of a reliance on capacity payments, then all of a sudden you have a a change in dynamics, and it's kind of to address Commissioner Barve's question about how you make comparisons. I mean, how do you know that this program is a success, and how do you measure that a program is successful? If you keep the costs down but you don't get a lot of value, that's a problem. If you put some additional monies in, but you get huge benefit from avoiding having to make all of these additional payments, then all of a sudden the factors change, and there's a value including C&I.
I would say we're very much open to expanding the program from a size perspective. I think as we design and consider this program, we wanted to, again, limit it, not from the sake of keeping it more affordable, but from the sake of how do we unlock the grid services that translate into value from calling on these resources. That is very much almost the entirety of what we are looking to achieve with this, is how do we take resources where they exist on the system today and translate them into stacked value that we can compensate our customers back with. So that is what we hope and look to achieve through the duration of this pilot, is taking the resources from where they are, meeting the customers where they are, and delivering value in a number of different forms.
Except I understand what you're trying to do, but I think you're sort of missing some of the key points of the legislation, which was to find ways of reducing the huge payments that residential customers and commercial customers have had to pay in building out the system and building out transmission and to build out about distribution, and to have these very high capacity payments. If they had intended that the program be just for residential, I'm assuming that the General Assembly would have limited it to residential, but they didn't. And I'm concerned that you are limiting the opportunities that all ratepayers have to keep costs down by having it very targeted to a very small set of customers that have low individual usage. And so I feel like you're not. I appreciate the work that you've put into the proposals, but I feel like you're not really capturing what the General Assembly had intended.
I'll offer, as we look at this pilot, and not to harp on some of the points I just articulated, we are looking to understand and translate batteries where they exist in the system into value in different forms of value streams. And through the pilot, we are aiming to achieve, residential dispatch and achieving these various use cases that we believe will then roll out across other customer classes. And as we look to deploy a full-time program beyond year 2 or 3, where we would then open it across the system with our learnings.
But it's not just batteries. I mean, if the General Assembly wanted us to be focused just on batteries, they would have put that in the Drive Act. But it's not just batteries. It's a whole panoply of renewables and other types of I mean, they called it electric distribution system support services. They didn't call it batteries. And so again, I feel like you're taking the legislation and you're tailoring it for whatever use you think that is of value, but that's not what the legislation wanted you to do. And so I am concerned that it is much too narrow. Now, I'm assuming you heard earlier BGE's presentation where they are going to allow for grid injection. Why did you make the decision not to allow for grid injection in this pilot?
Yes, kind of touched on in one of the earlier slides. We, as a utility, recognize the value that injection will allow from taking advantage of the full resource and not just being able to offset what is being consumed at that behind the meter location. It wasn't that we wanted to avoid allowing export; it's that we have some system configuration and operational challenges that we need to address. I shouldn't say challenges.
You don't have full Durhams, but neither does BGE, and I asked them about that. And I am looking at your proposal, and you do say the companies do not have the capability to track real-time injection, but somehow BGE also has that challenge and is able to do it.
So I'll allow BG to speak on behalf of their system, but particular to ours, we don't think that we need a DERMS in order to allow injection on our system. I think we can draw parallels to solar, where injection is occurring. Granted, we're not able to measure that in real time, but it is occurring on our system. Historically, when NEM was opened up and allowed solar to export on our system, there's a lot of investment from both a resource.
Yeah, but you, I mean, I understand that you're saying you don't need DERMS, but you say that in your written presentation.
DERMS would enable some
No,
of the,
it says companies do not yet have the capability. You didn't say, it would be easier for us to do this if we had DERMS. You said you can't do it. And that's a problem. If you tell us you can't do something and then you tell us you can do something, that raises questions in my mind about the rest of what you're presenting.
that was not my intent to contradict what we established in the filing or said in the filing. To this slide, John, if we mind panning, I think it's slide 8, where we list several, this one here, John, thank you, what we need to accomplish in order to deliver or allow export on our system. So today, we are unable to allow injection, but through the pilot and through change management practices and looking at through establishing
Okay,
operational.
tell me why you can't.
From-
Because you don't have DERMS?
It's not a factor of DERMS. It is a factor of working with our operational controllers, our operational desks, to establish operational procedures that allow us to do this safely and effectively to hit on our core mission of reliable service for our customers.
Okay, I am, okay, I'm not trying to give you a hard time, but I am, I have to trust that what you submitted to us is correct, and you're telling, and in your submission you say that because you don't have DERMS, you can't track real-time injection, and you're telling me that that's not why you can't track real-time injection. So I don't know why you can't.
DERMS would provide the end-use visibility.
Okay, so without DERMS, you can't do it.
I look at injection and visibility as two separate things. Although they do support each other, I look at visibility from being able to see what the resource is doing in real time, where injection, similar to solar, can occur without having the real-time visibility.
Okay, so, so explain to me why BGE can allow for injection and you can't.
Again, I'll allow BGE to speak for their system, particular to our system and the conversations that we've had with our internal operational groups. There are things that we need to do to enable.
Yeah, tell me what those things are.
I'll run through them here again. Establishing the operational procedures to allow it to be done safely and effectively.
So you don't have operational procedures right now for back of the meter, behind the meter, to be able to inject into the system.
I would say behind-the-meter battery storage systems. That is correct.
Okay, but what about other behind-the-meter technologies? Can they do that solar?
Solar does currently inject through the NEM tariff.
Okay, tell me why that's different than behind-the-meter battery.
There's system configuration from a device controllability perspective, also from a programming on all of our reliability and protection equipment that needs to be done to enable batteries to export on our system.
Okay, I'm going to move on, but you're not being clear, and you want to make your explanations clear to me, because if I don't understand them, then I start to doubt what you're telling me. So I'm not clear. But I'm going to move on. I think you also heard that from day one, BG is going to do locational peak reduction in their pilot. And you say in your presentation that you're not on day one. Is that the case?
That is correct.
Okay, and why is that?
We designed our program to compensate behind-the-meter assets, either where they exist or where they deploy them to partake in our pilot, without having a great understanding of where all these resources exist on our system. In addition to the assets that want to participate in our program, it's difficult for us to pinpoint a location to say that we can, day one, be able to provide locational value. So as the pilot continues to, we iterate on the pilot exists for a year or 2 years, we will have an understanding of where these batteries exist and be able to test locational value particular to a part of our system.
Yeah, that seems like a very passive way of you're just hoping that folks just show up and then can provide value. I mean, you know where there are constraints on the system. And it just seems to me if you're putting together a pilot, then on day one, you're going to want to find where those constraints are and do some outreach. You've got an outreach program. This could be part of that. I just feel like this is sort of lost opportunity. I mean, you know, when you figure out where there are problems on the system, you don't just wait for someone to show up and then say, well, we have a way to fix it. You fix it. And this gives you an opportunity to fix it, and it seems incredibly passive for you to just sort of wait for someone to show up. I think that's a problem. That should be day one. You should be doing this as you're sort of running the program.
If I can add a comment, our planning group that is responsible for understanding where constraints exist in our system, they've been very much involved with us throughout the development of our pilot. We will maintain communication with them throughout to understand where system constraints exist or where they're forecasted, and be able to target specific regions.
That's what you should, and that should be some part of the program on day one. That should be part of your outreach. Is not just, you know, we've got a program in place, but hey, you community, we've got a real problem here, and this is what we'd like to do. You've got this is a BYOD program as well. BG is going to allow for third-party ownership. As I read your proposal, you're not allowing for it, or am I misreading it?
Allowing for not customer third-party ownership of resources?
Either customer-owned or some other third party owning, not you, but some other entity owning the device. Oh,
We're not opposed to third-party ownership.
You're not
no.
opposed to that. Okay. You're asking for an aggregator or an implementer or whatever, and you've heard my conversation with BG. I actually am asking how, if you end up with some kind of implementer, how would that implementer work with an aggregator?
So in terms of the implementer that we're looking to bring on board with
That's right.
another aggregator,
Well, how would they work with it? I mean, I understand how they would work with a customer-owned device because they would just reach out to the customer. But if there's an aggregator that has been working to deploy a bunch of resources in a community, how would this implementer work with an aggregator?
so similar to BGE, where we're going to be soliciting an implementer to deliver on the aggregation of resources. If there is an aggregator that was able to coordinate or orchestrate the kind of the IT connectivity necessary to integrate with our implementing partner, we would, I think, be open to allowing that aggregation to occur that we would then count as part of our drive pilot.
Okay, but you haven't thought through how that would work. I mean, had you anticipated that this implementer would be working with an aggregator, or had you been mostly thinking about engagement with individual owners of devices?
We thought through several scenarios, both of which you mentioned there. We, being Pepco and Delmarva Power, are going to be reliant on this third-party implementer to deliver the value that we've orchestrated. And we've considered both and want to allow, if there's an aggregator that can, connect with our implementing partner, we want to be open to that and allow that. And I think for us to it's difficult for us to say definitively what the capabilities of a third-party implementer are until we put the formal RFP out and be able to compare against each other and recognize what they deliver in terms of connectivity, in terms of value, in terms of change management support.
Okay, so if we don't allow for the retention of an aggregator implementer by the PHI companies, can you sort of walk me through if there are just aggregators in the way the aggregators are out and about and they're finding opportunities and then they're engaging with the utility, how could that sort of play out? Do you have the resources to be able to engage with aggregators?
So we have aggregating partners through other program, including the demand response program,
Right.
the smart charge management program.
Right.
From aggregators that aren't partaking in a program, we would be better informed through our RFP process to understand capabilities of a vendor that
But you are working with aggregators now in these other programs, and those aggregators engage with whom in the companies?
within our companies, they exist within program management.
Okay,
of
so
our-
these are PHI employees on salary. They're not contractors.
I can't say definitively on that, but we have program responsibility on the PHI side, but we also have program responsibility on the contractor side, or on the aggregator side.
Okay.
In terms of how these individuals are paid, I can't comment.
Okay,
confidently.
but they have been effective, this engagement between aggregators and the PHI, let's just assume they're employees, in terms of communicating demand response, whatever it is that the PHI companies need.
As far as I understand, there is effective communication. These programs are currently available to customers, and that, as I understand, have been delivered effectively. And some of those practices in terms of how we would look to work and partner and manage our third-party vendor internally would be in line with some of those practices.
Okay, but at the same time, they could also be, if we didn't allow for this third party, you could operate with the aggregators in the same way that you operate with aggregators now who are doing demand response.
I will say in theory, yes, we can. The reasoning behind our third-party implementer is to really limit the number of the one-off IT solutions that we need to make. So in partnering with a single implementer, that responsibility is then shifted to them, to those connections that they have already built as part of their business model. If we are going to be connecting directly with several aggregators, say dozens, those are one-off IT solutions that need to be invested in over and over, and that is what we are trying to limit with the third-party model that we.
Did you need to do IT modifications in engaging with the demand response aggregators?
I can't say for certain, but I would assume, if I can do that there are IT integrations, at least in terms of data share and other things that need to be communicated between parties to deliver those programs effectively.
Okay. All right. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Barbie.
So on the whole issue of solar injection versus battery, is it safe to say that the technology for managing electrons from the solar panels into the grid is completely different from technology that would do that for batteries? Is that essentially what the tie-up is?
That is, I would not say that's correct. I would indicate it's more around establishing the internal change management practices to recognize batteries that are exporting in a similar light to solar, which we need to, from an interconnection perspective, establish those procedures and translate those into an operational safety perspective so that solar during daylight hours, where it has the potential to export, is looked at in a similar light to where batteries can be exporting 24 hours a day in theory without the appropriate protection in place that puts line workers in potential danger.
So basically what you're saying is this isn't a technical bottleneck, this is a procedural bottleneck.
I would agree.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so one of your slides says that ensuring a successful customer experience by partnering with an implementer. So is it going to be one implementer for each company's program, or are we talking about multiple implementers within each of the programs?
From a cost efficiency perspective, we would probably look to have a single one. We are not closing the door on having one for each OPCO or even one for each technology, battery energy storage, and electric vehicles. We are going to be evaluating the RFPs and making a decision based on that in a cost efficient manner.
And the way you're going to hire these people is through some general RFP, or? I mean,
That is our intent, yes.
Okay. So and you're going to roll out the same program for Delmarva and Pepco, correct?
Correct.
Even though you have sort of radically different service territories?
Correct.
Okay.
I understand the perspective from an efficiency and delivery perspective, and targeting behind the meter customers, or BYOD devices, I should say. We thought that the system-wide approach to really encourage the deployment of storage was advantageous to both service areas, recognizing the differences.
And are you concerned about being able to get enough folks in the Delmarva service territory to make this thing work?
I wouldn't say that's a concern, recognizing there's different challenges than recruiting here in the Pepco region than in the Delmarva Power region. But that is not. We recognize there could be challenges, but we don't see it as a hurdle.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, Chair Hoover and Commissioners, the next panel will be Potomac Edison. Okay, Jess Raba, who's corporate counsel for Potomac Edison, will introduce our panel.
Okay, why don't you just give me a couple minutes?
Sure.
Sure.
Actually, no. Can we quickly go before?
So, I'm just going to start with you for that.
Yes, just tell me when to do the slide. Yeah. Hey, John. Hey, Aaron. Your name is spelled right.
Good afternoon again, Chair and Commissioners. Jessica Raba on behalf of the Potomac Edison Company. I'll introduce our panel. To my left is Mark Zuka, our Senior Advisor of Maryland Regulatory Affairs. To his left is Aaron Demaray, our Manager of Customer Programs. And then Stephanie Fall, our Manager of Rates and Regulatory Affairs. Mr. Demaray is going to walk through a quick overview of our proposals, and then we'll try to field your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I know you have a lot of questions, so I'm going to try to go through this fairly quickly, but please stop me at any point if you have questions along the way. Next. Starting off with our DSSS pilot, again, you can see the primary objectives here. They're very similar to what you've heard today. Really, we're looking at the viability, availability, and I'd also say durability of distribution peak load reduction from the targeted technologies. We also want to explore feasibility of experimental dispatch strategies, and then ultimately this is a learning exercise. We want to advance Potomac Edison's internal capabilities and also understand these DERs, how aggregation may work, as well as how to successfully value these non-peak grid services they may provide. The pilot is structured as a 2-year pilot. We are the other one that has a 2-year pilot, Commissioner. And it is a bring your own device model, as we've said, focusing on EVs that are bidirectional charging capable, as well as battery energy storage systems. Next slide, please. All right, at a high level, we are also targeting the residential class. We have a participation target of 300 customers with our budget supporting that target. And then, as we just said, again, BESS and EVs that are bidirectional capable. Anyone that would be exporting to the grid would need to go through the any customer would need to go through the interconnection process to ensure stability and safety of the grid. On the next
slide.
Yeah, next slide, please. The way that we structured our incentive, it was to not only get people through the door, but keep them engaged and committed to the program. We break this out into two separate parts, first of which is a connectivity incentive, which is upfront on an annual basis. We're looking for customers to connect to our program, to test that they can communicate with it, and also to really help offset some of the upfront costs that they may have if it's extending Wi-Fi, a little bit of electrical work, something of that nature. Then beyond that, we also have what I'd consider a performance incentive. It's up to 300 per kW per year. It's looking at what any one of these batteries or EVs could bring for a 4-hour event. And then what we do is we are looking to pay customers to participate in the program, but we don't want it to be overly prescriptive. I think what you've heard from some of the others is making a customer aware of these, communicating how they can get paid is very important to us, and making sure it's transparent to them so that they go into it understanding. Because of that, we are focusing on their participation in events, and anybody who participates in 75% of the annual hours of our program would get paid as if they're full. We think this is a good balance that allows some flexibility for customers. Again, for those that might have EVs and have errands to run, they can't be there. It doesn't overly penalize them, but it does still give them an incentive to participate as much as they are possible. We do have, if people are interested, as an appendix to this presentation, as well as in our filing, kind of illustrative customer journey that shows how that may play out over different participation days and levels. For the DSSS, next slide, please. Thank you. We do have a budget of approximately $3.8 million of that. A large aspect of that is the outside services. The outside services is specifically to contract with a third-party vendor to provide a DERMS solution. This is not something that the company has, and we do feel is required to aggregate, control, communicate, report with those devices in the end. On top of that, we do have utility admin in there, as you can see. Part of that is for data collection, EM&V activities. The company has requested 1.17 new FTEs as part of this filing, with 2/3 of one designated as an analyst for the program, and then half of an FTE dedicated to engineering services. As for recovery, compliant with PUA 71007, we have requested a surcharge. You can see the amount for the DSSS pilot in particular is 6 mini-mils per kWh, or approximately 55 cents per month. I'll move on unless you want to stop me to the TOU, just to get through the presentation. Thank you. All right, again, for our time of use schedule, again, we are focusing on, we believe it complies with all aspects of the DRIVE Act. If you want to go to the next slide, it's probably the most impactful. All right. One of the things that I do want to just address off the top is we do not have AMI infrastructure, so that does present some unique challenges to a company on how to design a time of use rate. The way that we looked at this was to install two bi-register meters for these customers. They're simple. They measure basically a binary period. You're on or you're off. With that, there are some challenges in that it does make it's kind of a set it and forget it. You program it in the shop and then take it out to the field. Because of that, you do see our rate structure has the on-peak hours that do shift between daylight and standard time. That is, again, because you are setting it in the shop and we don't have a ability to dynamically change those once they're in the field. Beyond that, outreach and education, we do think this is something that any residential customer can benefit from. So we do have wide-ranging wide-ranging rather than targeted marketing for this, and would expect any customer could be educated on the benefits of how this could impact them and help them conserve energy. And then finally, evaluation and measurement. Again, we recognize we are in a little bit different situation than the other utilities in that we don't have AMI data to support this. We have proposed working with the PC44 time of use work group as to what the best evaluation metrics would be, and committed to leading that with them. Go on to the last one, please. Thank you. Again, the budget for this program is approximately $508,000. You can see the aspects of it broken down into the different cost structures, but in the end, this is a lot of zeros and then a 7, or essentially 7 cents a month that we're looking at for this, again, to be requested through the combined grid program surcharge with DSS. So that's the end of the presentation, but I know you all have had a number of questions today, and let me at least try to get ahead of a few of them, and then we'll be happy to answer any more that you may have. I wanted to start off just by talking a little bit about our choice of residential versus commercial. Really, this is to align to what we think is a unique opportunity in the 2 years that we have to learn about how we can influence customers both with enrollment and the actual assessment of how they respond to dispatch signals from us, potential cohorting, A/B signals, those types of things. When we start to expand it into the commercial class, you're entering into a lot more variables. One, in terms of the type of data that might be collected, but then also in finding relevant proxies. Those might be finding customers that have the same load patterns, same production schedules, same industries, things of that nature. So based on simplicity and the hope to be able to actually evaluate the findings on the back end, we did feel it was more prudent to limit it to residential customers because it is much more similar load shapes overall. Talking a little bit about aggregators, I do think one of the things that I just mentioned, again, a 2-year window that we have here, as an opportunity for us to learn directly how to influence those end-use customers. I do think we have to come to the, or at least acknowledge that 2 years from now, the world is likely going to change when FERC Order 2222 does come online, and aggregators will be going after lots of customers for not just what they could bring to a grid services program, but rather what they could monetize and put into the PJM market. So ultimately, there are going to be aggregators that are looking to get into that space. At that time, once they are acquiring these customers, learning what they can deliver into a wholesale market, along with penalties and obligations if they don't perform, I'm expecting that they will have much better handle on what they can deliver, when they can deliver it, and we won't be subsidizing that research here with our program. Ultimately, any residential customers are not, I think we've heard before, they're a little bit of an underserved market in this aggregation space. What we'd be looking to do through a third party is to try to, again, take advantage of this 2-year window to learn as much as we can about how to influence them in particular to support grid services and not some of those other activities like wholesale generation, voltage regulation, all those. And kind of then leading into the next aspect about metrics. Commissioner Linton, I know you had some questions about metrics if if some of the other utilities felt they had ones. I think we do. What we've kind of put forth is what we would expect the metrics to be in this program. Accuracy of what the nominated capacity is for one of these devices versus what we see on the back end through evaluation and real-time energy validated performance, customer device availability, event hours per participant, DERMS and platform availability, event notification success rate, timeliness and accuracy of incentive payments, the number of customers, that's a very big one, how many we modeled versus what they ultimately come in, modeled versus delivered dollars per kW, and then modeled versus modeled versus available dispatched kW. And Commissioner Barve, I know I also want to know these. I think I'm a little bit not as much of a skeptic. I'm going to say I'm a cautious optimistic on this one. But what I will say is to do the evaluation of some of these non-wireless alternatives to see what they are, we need to know that these customers can perform. And the data that we get through this will help us establish what the value of this ability to curtail and to call on these resources is, and ultimately how much we can rely on those for system reliability needs. Some of the other things I just wanted to speak to very briefly. When we set our enrollment target of 300, That was based on an assessment of the EVs in our territory, as well as those customers that are interconnected or maybe going through interconnections. We would expect targeted marketing in partnership with our third-party vendor that we would be hiring for this. And also it would be definitely, we'd be looking to ask them for input on what circuits, asking our engineering department as to what circuits would benefit the most from this to prioritize any sort of locational benefit that we may see. And then last thing on LMI incentives. The proposal that we put forth in our filing does not have increased incentives for LMI. That being said, we were looking at what we consider no-cost or low-cost ways to prioritize LMI. I do think, realistically, the population of customers that may have these systems and be eligible as LMI may be difficult. I don't think there will be a lot of them out there. That being said, we were looking at potentially, when we partner with our third-party vendor, using community outreach organizations, website information in particular, or also considering flexibility for some of our incentives. While it might not be a monetary, I spoke to you before about the 75%, recognizing that LMI households may have different needs. I think we'd be willing to look at, are there things that we can do to change that percentage to a lower percent to, again, give them more flexibility and ability to participate in the program. So I'm sure I haven't answered all your questions, but I hope I got at least a little bit of some of them. And with that, my colleagues and I are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Commissioner Barbe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you did answer the most of my questions, but I'd like to have a little bit of a conversation about. It's now my turn to pounce upon you on CNI customers, but in your area that you service. The commercial and industrial customers are what? Are they manufacturers who operate 24/7, or are they just standard businesses that operate for maybe 8-10 hours? Do you have a feel for who those, what kind of load shape they have?
Commissioner Barbie, I can answer somewhat to that. I mean, we certainly have a mix across the board, especially when it comes to commercial customers. We do have industrial customers that are in manufacturing. We also do have, somewhat recently, a lot of distribution centers, which, would imagine kind of fit the 24/7, load profile.
Mm-hmm.
And as we've discussed in other proceedings, data centers, typically now smaller scale, but potentially in the future larger scale. So, I think we really have across the board all the different types.
Do these customers typically? I could see a big building with a flat roof having solar on the roof, but do these customers typically have a lot in the way of battery energy storage? Do you know?
Not that we're aware of, no.
Okay, so that maybe not the best participant in a VPP program then, is what you're sort of saying.
Yeah, I believe that's another reason that we targeted towards residential. But I will say that also commercial customers, there are much more proxies for how they may respond to demand events that are in existing programs or through the market in general. Whereas this is much more targeted to, again, as I said, a learning opportunity for a unique set that isn't as represented.
Yeah, okay, I understand that. I had a question here. So as you're doing this, you're saying 300 customers roughly, and you're basing it on, you're thinking that it's going to be people with electric vehicles predominantly, and Tesla Powerwalls and other batteries like that. Are you going to, are you planning in your analysis to study the degree to which a person with a car is going to be willing to participate versus a person with a battery? The reason I ask the question is I'm an electric car driver, and I cannot imagine a scenario where I would want to degrade the battery of my vehicle to support the grid. I just don't think I would do it. You'd have to pay me $500 a night to get me to agree to do something like that. You are going to study that, right?
Yeah, and that's a great point. I think we spoke a little bit about multiple dispatch strategies. We think that that's kind of natural cohort of batteries versus EVs. They will have very different results. And ultimately, as we're looking to say how much can we rely on these in the future, that is one of the things we're going to be looking at. Do the underlying technologies have different response rates or ability to provide services when called upon? That also said, I will just add that EVs in general, they are those that are only bidirectional capable, so that is
Yeah.
a small subset of the overall market. Again, we might not know what that will be like in the next couple of years, but we want to try to learn where we can.
Okay, that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Commissioner McLean.
Good afternoon. So your program has a limit of 300.
As we filed and structured it.
And why not just make that a target? Why is that a hard cap?
Because we wanted to have a budget that would be commensurate with that. To the extent that this is a runaway success and everyone is beating down our door, we would consider coming back to the commission to ask for more funding to support that.
And in that, you want to collect through a surcharge rather than a reg asset.
Yes.
Why? I mean, I think I know why, but can you say it?
Well,
Now it's my turn. So we proposed a surcharge because we think that's the most, transparent for customers. They can clearly see that line item on their bill, understand what's going through that charge on their bill. And also in the DSSS statute, it does state that we are to collect cost in the years that incurred as reasonably possible. So we thought it made sense to combine the Drive Act programs, time of use, as well as DSSS. And then we also, in our energy storage proposal, proposed a surcharge. So we just plan to combine all three of those together.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. And I do have another question on the time of, is it the time of use? Yes, the time of use. On page 9, you talk about the metrics, and that it seems like they're a work in progress. Is that fair to say?
I would say that there are certain ones that we know we would want, number of customers enrolled. Some of the things that are a little bit more difficult to quantify, again, because we don't have an AMI meter, it's hard to say how has this affected that individual customer's load shape but for this program. So what would the relevant proxies be? Would it be an average retail shape? Would it be some things that we see on residential feeders where we happen to have SCADA? Those types of questions are ones that we wanted to work with the interveners to make sure that, or the parties I should say, just to make sure that everyone is aware of what the capabilities are, yet realize that there are limitations with them.
Sure. Do you have a time frame in which the company would like to have metrics established?
So what I would say is I think we had asked for up to 6 months to implement this based on system changes. I would expect that we would be, upon approval of a program, working with the PC44 to get on their schedule, or I shouldn't say get on their schedule, but to make sure that we can get the parties on side conversations to get that going as soon as possible. So I would hope it would be established before the launch of the program.
Okay. All right. I think that's all I have. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Sussman.
Well, thank you for being responsive to questions we asked earlier. So that's actually helpful, moves things along. So I just have actually a couple of questions. First, the outside services. So clearly you don't have DERMS. So you would need a third party to provide the DERM services. You couldn't do this. I guess the question is first, you couldn't do the pilot without some ability to see what's going on.
Yeah, the third party is really essential for the DERMS platform, for centralized control, for dispatching, for responsiveness, to understand the reporting that's coming through, to get standardized data. And I think the realities of what we were talking about as well, of getting actually multiple parties potentially through contracting, RFPing, security checks. Really what we're looking for is a single party that we can go through to go all those checks and then connect with these end use devices. The third party vendor would also be doing marketing resources, IT support, customer communications, and then again, device performance analytics. All this would be in collaboration. We wouldn't be handing it off to them, but in collaboration with us.
Okay, so if for example we were to say to the Exelon utilities, we don't want you to bring on an implementer or an aggregator. We want you to work with the aggregator community, and then we would ask you to do the same. What is it that you would still need that they wouldn't need? So it sounds like you would still need the DERMS support.
Yeah, I think if that were the case, what we would likely need is some ability to still contract with a DERMS provider. That would be an extension, not directly integrated with our system. But then these aggregators would likely have to, and end up integrating with that third party
Okay.
in the end. And then, again, I think there would possibly be some challenges with data and standardization of metrics to ensure that all these parties are providing the same type of information. Again, for valuability, we've talked about some of those issues.
Okay.
I think the centralized control and the ability to do some of the experimental design that we're hoping to do, you lose some of that by controls being dispersed and diluted, I'd say, rather than a consistent message coming from one party as well.
Well, but my thinking is, I mean, separate and apart from, and I'm assuming it's going to be less than the $2 million that you've included in your proposal. You said that the outside services would be about $2 million.
Correct.
So it would be less than that. I mean, I think, you think it would be the same amount of money?
I think that is a baseline to be able to get a DERM system to be able to do these types of functionalities. If you're talking about incremental integrations with that and layers of complexity of managing those parties, I think the cost goes up from there.
Okay, so that would be for the 2 years of the pilot. What happens when the program becomes permanent? Assuming it becomes permanent, would you still have to retain that entity to provide DERM support?
Until such time as the companies would have a grid edge DERMS, which is, there are multiple varieties of DERMS, but to the point that we would not have a grid edge DERMS, we would still need.
Yeah, see, I'm worried that it's just going to become cost prohibitive. That you're going to have a program, but it's not going to be worth it if you're spending, the whatever $1 million. I mean, if it's at least $1 million every year for DERM support. In a way that the other utilities wouldn't, because they will have DERMS completely on their system. I just worry that may not be sustainable. I mean, I understand why you're doing it, because I guess the question is, can you still have some sense of how the pilot is operating without having DERMS?
I think it increases the complexity of data access and availability on the back end.
Okay.
What I would say is evaluation in this program, I'm expecting through a third-party DERMS a high level of, I'm just going to call it high-quality data, and directly connecting with the telemetry from devices. So I'm expecting good data to be coming in through this program that we can use to assess the efficacy of it. To the extent that we do not have a centralized means of getting that, and we might get different data from different parties, I think that is a long-term challenge for evaluability. And then the only other,
well, but this is the problem we keep running into, because you don't have AMI and you don't have DERMS, and so we've been able to cobble together different approaches. You understand my concern. It just seems like an awful lot of money for nothing that's going to stay with the company. You're just going to be spending, even if we have the other utilities not go out and hire their own aggregators, they could still use the systems that they have in place, and aggregators will come to them, but they can't do that with PE. And I just worry that if this is something that we want to move forward on, you're still going to be spending at least $1 million every year on this outside entity, and will you get $1 million of value every year?
I will say, I believe part of that right now is going to be higher than what you'd see on a recurring basis, just because you have startup costs associated with it, getting the customers in the first place. Your larger point I take very well, though. I would say that if there's a signal that the company is evaluating, as you know, with the order from the Commission on 91-603, we are looking at our DERMS and costs associated with that. If there's a long-term need for DERMS, it changes some of that calculus. Right now, we're looking at a 2-year pilot program. If there's that these come into long-standing programs, that might change how we go about looking at it in the long run.
Okay. So your program is now just looking at EV and storage.
Correct.
Okay. I spoke to BG earlier about opening up the program, not limiting it to just EV and storage, with an eye towards perhaps being able to bring LMI participants into the program? Is that something that you would be able to do if you didn't put, if you just sort of put the word out that you've got this VPP program, but you don't limit it and wait for them to come in, recognizing that the likelihood is you're mostly going to see storage, but you might see something else that might bring LMI into the mix. Would that create a problem for you?
Let me go through a couple different thought processes. Sorry. The first thing would be, I think ultimately we're looking for dispatchable strategies, or dispatchable resources, I should say, ones that we know we can call on and can respond to that. And
So only dispatchable, because you can have technologies that have the effect of lowering usage all the time, and then you get value there, even if it's not dispatchable.
And I do think we have proxies for that through the Empower demand response programs that might be going on. Again, we have smart thermostats in there. So the ability to call those and see what sort of take rates we have is explored there, and those costs are sunk. Not sunk, but they are part of that program. I do feel if we're trying to get those same customers, one, it might be confusing messages to them, which program am I truly participating in, and also potentially cannibalizing some of the efforts that they're trying to do in the Empower program.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to run into, I mean, the storage is the same. I mean, we already have a storage program. So they're cannibalize or have the programs kind of all work together. And so I'm mostly just trying to find a way to not leave potential participants behind. And so if we can open it up and there's value there, and we can bring LMI into the mix, I would think that there would be benefit to everybody.
Just a couple responses. I do think that the definition of LMI, I know there's been some discussion over it, but just some of the variability of that could be customers that are on energy assistance programs, could be percentages of the federal poverty level, could be, as we've discussed, overburdened communities or census tracts. So I think any sort of discussion about that, we do need to kind of target in on what we're looking at, just so that we're all on the same page. That being said, LMI participation in a non-residential setting is something that wasn't contemplated under this. So if you are talking about leased devices to customers, things of that nature, ultimately the ownership of that battery as it exists in somebody's home isn't what we are concerned about. We're much more concerned about, are they a residential customer? Do they have an account with us so that we have a means of verifying and validating their load information? And then can we pay them?
Yeah. All I'm suggesting is that we don't foreclose an opportunity for a customer to be able to participate.
Yep.
So I think that's important. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you did answer a couple of my questions for me. I did have a few follow-up ones related to cost recovery and just how it applies to how your program is going to operate. Because you are company-wide structured differently than the others without AMI, and of course you also do readings every other month. So your proposal on page 10, you have some projected enrollments where you are proposing on the 2-year project to continue enrolling customers in 2027.
And sir, just to be clear, sorry, you're talking about the time of use proposal?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Is that, so you have 2-year proposal, 1,200 in 2026, 1,700 in 2027. Is that going to be enough time for you to gather the information or data that you think was going to be necessary to help us learn if this program is working well?
I would say that there's 2 categories of data. There's the primary data that we control, and yes, I would say that we will have in terms of meter reads from these existing customers, demographic information. We can look at their usage over time. The thing that I think is probably the more questionable one, and why we're reaching out to the PC 44 time of use work group, is to develop what is the appropriate counterfactual. But for this program, what would they have done? And I think there are approaches we can take that once we determine what they are, yes, we would be able to have that data.
Okay. Yeah, that was going to be my next question, is how we know that they're not responding to some other trigger as opposed to this particular program. Because for those customers that you enroll in 2027, you're going to get 6 readings for them, assuming you get all 6. So in your cost recovery comments, you've proposed beginning your surcharge within 60 days after the commission issues approval. And then, of course, the program, you begin enrolling customers in your time of use rate 6 months after that. So we are currently in August of this year. And so as part of drafting this, did you have a time in mind as to when you thought the commission would issue an order so that you could maintain the projected enrollments that you have in your budget?
Yeah, I think from a cost recovery standpoint, we assumed possibly by the end of 2025 that we would have an order. And I do want to make a clarification that we would file the surcharge within 60 days of an order, obviously allow time for review and analysis from staff and OPC and other stakeholders, and then for the commission to ultimately approve the surcharge. So it wouldn't begin within 60 days after an order, but I think the time frame was around the end of 2025 that we assumed. And the goal would be to begin enrolling customers before the 6-month time period, but allowing ourselves that 6-month time period in case we ran into any hiccups in implementing the rate structure within our IT system.
Okay. So I'm sure you can see where I'm going with this. If you look at from just a straight look at the calendar, you have the commission issuing an order. Let's say it's out December 31st. It's Happy New Year. So you get the order out. You make your filings. You take, according to your proposal, 6 months before you begin enrolling customers. That means that the 2026 estimated number of enrollments of 1,200 will happen, where you'll basically be starting about 12 months from now.
Yeah, I think hindsight being 2020, maybe not call it 2026 and 2027, potentially call it year 1 and year 2. So looking at that as 2026 should really be year 1, that full 12-month time period. 2027 would really be that 12-month year 2 time period.
Okay.
So if you kind of take away when it would start and just look at it from year 1, year 2 versus 2026, 2027, I think that would be the plan.
Okay, so you're looking at the surcharges to run for 2 years then?
Correct, and for this first 2-year period, and then obviously time of use, we wouldn't look to take it away. We would potentially look to modify it, right? The lessons learned that we're going to look for, and then the surcharge would continue as long as we were seeing the benefit, customers were responding to it. If we needed to make modifications, that would roll through the surcharge as well. But we wouldn't, I would say, look to end the time of use offering.
Okay, so the proposal that you have for us then is a 2-year surcharge.
Correct.
But if all goes well, it continues
Correct.
beyond the 2 years.
Correct.
Okay.
And we would look to evaluate right after the first 12 months. We wouldn't wait until the end of that 2-year period. We would look and see, do we need to make adjustments to the rate?
Right.
Are customers responding to those signals?
Right, and you mentioned earlier in your answering some of our earlier questions about working with some of our existing work groups to make sure the appropriate transparency and data review occurs properly. So for the surcharge, there'll be some reconciliation along the way.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm curious to see. I am curious to see how the data review will work. To see how close we can get to apples with the AMI companies, also known as the Exelon companies. So I guess it'd be more of a fruit as opposed to apples. Apples. So, all right, that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your answers.
Okay, at the risk of asking you to opine on one of your companies, so you have a 2-year program, and one of the others has a 2-year program, and I guess the outlier has a 3-year program. I guess explain to me why you think the 2 years is going to work. I mean, the explanation I got for the 3-year is that, well, we think we need this longer time period to get more valid results. So why do you, and you know, I should have asked this of the other one, but, you know, why do you think you can get it done in 2 years?
Yeah, I think BG&E representatives from there did speak a little bit about the backstop with the reporting that's required, so that would be one aspect. But I do think, again, this is a unique opportunity for us to do it in a 2-year time frame prior to when FERC Order 2222 becomes effective in 2028, which I do think will have large changes to the market, the space of aggregators, and how VPPs may be valued or marketed. So I do think this is a unique opportunity for us to study again, communication and response rates within that period prior to implementation of 2222.
And so you're looking for 300 participants, and obviously your service territory is kind of similar to Delmarva's. Since you have a, you know, bring your own device set up too, I mean, are you concerned you're going to get 300 people? Or?
Again, the number that we chose was what we had looked at in existing or potential interconnections, and then also EV data. So we think the potential is there for that. If we fall short of it, it could happen, but on the flip side of that, then some of the costs would not be there as well for
Sure.
incentives, et cetera.
Okay. Okay, I think that works. Thanks.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, Chair Hoover, next on the agenda is Edison Electric Institute, and after that, we're going to go into some panels of the other stakeholders.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, we have Kellen Schefter, Senior Director, Electric Transportation for EEI, speaking in support of the utility proposals.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here, Chair Hoover and Commissioners. I'm with EEI, as just mentioned. We are the trade association for the nation's investor-owned electric companies. I want to cover just 3 points briefly here. I think it's important to put in context why this program is needed now and why we support it. Second, just some level setting about what this program is and then maybe what it isn't and kind of how it fits in that sphere of everything we're trying to accomplish. And then third, some just notes for consideration around cost recovery and business model here. The first point around why this is needed now, I think it doesn't need to be said to this group, but we are in a period of growth that we haven't seen in quite a while. If you look at EIA data, I think they're projecting 2% growth over in 2025, 2026. That's the first 3-year period they've seen growth since 2005 and 2005 to 2007 for consecutive years. So that doesn't sound like much, but it adds up pretty quickly. So we're looking at potentially an increase in total throughput of 25% by 2030 over where we are now, almost 78% by 2050. So we're in a period of growth that we haven't seen before, or at least not for several decades. I think in that context, our members need more flexibility. They need to get more out of the system they have while they build to continue to expand the system to what's needed in the future. So I think that's the context in which we're entering here, is that this does potentially get us to a point where we can rely on more distributed entity resources to be firm dispatchable resources that can build alongside the traditional infrastructure that we need as well. So that's just kind of the context I wanted to put in place. In terms of why this program is needed, and I think kind of level set on what it does, again, we support its approval in its full form as proposed. I would view this as a building block and maybe not the final vision to the vision that you laid out, Commissioner Sussman, around can we defer or reduce the need for traditional infrastructure assets with distributed energy assets. We're not quite there yet, but I think this is a building block that helps get us there. And so in my mind, I was trying to think through, in the limited sphere that this sort of program has proposed, on its own merits, does it move the needle forward? And in my view, in our view, it does. I think, again, to put into context, this is a residential focus, so fairly limited in that scope. It is a bring your own device program, so a lot of these customers out there are buying vehicles with bidirectional capability. They're buying power walls, as you said, for a lot of different reasons, for their own resilience, for their own bill management. This program is looking to leverage that, not necessarily pay for more of those devices to go out in the field, right? I think we can imagine a different program in which the electric companies would incent upfront more adoption of these devices, help pay for these devices. That's not what's contemplated here. There are trade-offs there, but I think that would also have a higher price tag, right? I think the point here also is to help test what is possible. In my view, I think it was mentioned by one of our companies earlier, the change management aspect here, right? We are trying to, I think, in a project of internal change management to make the distribution planners that are members, who are very conservative folks for very good reason, get comfortable with these resources as a firm dispatchable resource. And I think that's part of the project we are trying to endeavor to bridge here, and I think this helps move the needle there as well. It is creating a new compensation mechanism for residential customers with these specified devices to provide grid services in a way that wasn't there before, and I think that's really the incremental thing that we are pushing forward. I think the thing to keep in context, and Commissioner Sussman, I sympathize with your view around the discussion around what is an aggregator, what is not, all of these other potential resources that are out there. There are a lot of moving pieces here. I think this commission deserves credit, and the state does as well, for throwing a lot of things at the board, right? We have FERC Order 222 coming down the road. We have, as you mentioned, licensing for aggregators. We have Drive Act V2G procedures underway. We have the locational value of DER. We have DERMS systems going in place. All of these things, I think, will continue to open the aperture of devices that can be included, customers that can be included, and will help get us to that end vision of what we're trying to do, as you laid out. But I think this is just kind of one building block in that piece, and so that's kind of how I view it in that context. Last thing, just to point around in terms of cost recovery and business model, I think it is important for this commission to establish early on, even in this pilot stage, that these costs can be recovered in a traditional way as traditional infrastructure would be, to help, again, build the bridge to the vision that we want to get to, in that non-wires alternatives, aggregated distributed energy resources could actually replace in a firm dispatchable way traditional infrastructure. So I think that, alongside the potential option to consider in future versions of this program or this pilot as it moves to program, the ability to actually help electric companies directly deploy this stuff, right? So we talked about that isn't really in scope now to help pay for the devices, but potentially helping to offer upfront incentives and or potentially own, or a lease-to-own model, some of these devices, particularly for low, moderate income customers, could be a way to increase the number of devices in the field, expand the access to customers. But again, I would just ask the Commission to consider that as an option for future consideration. So I think I'll leave it there. I hope that was helpful. I appreciate you having me here to discuss, and happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner McLean. Commissioner Barbee.
Well, okay, let me, since you're EEI and you're here. So you probably heard me talk about my concerns about lack of economies of scale. Does your organization have any position or thought about that from a broad economic perspective?
Yeah, I mean, I think it may be showing my bias a little bit, but I think we also share that opinion that I think traditional infrastructure that we can procure in bulk is pretty cost-effective, pretty reliable. That's what I think the DER aggregation we're talking about here is competing against, right? Devices that we don't know how they'll behave exactly. They have IT requirements, communication protocol requirements, behaves differently than a piece of steel in the ground. That being said, we are in a pinch here, right? Materials are getting more expensive. Supply chain is getting a little tighter. If you want to buy a new gas turbine right now, I think the wait is 5 years. We have to be able to build stuff more in this country faster, and I think in the interim, to get out of that pinch, we need more flexibility, and so I view this as not a either or. We have to do both, but I think to your point, this will get us move the needle forward to a place where we could actually make something like a levelized cost of energy for capacity or something like that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so now, as long as I've got you here, and I've had a long history with the EEI, once worked there. I don't know if you know that. I raised a little bit earlier the question around pricing. How do you sort of price as a way of incentivizing action? Have you seen how other states have priced these kinds of resources that have come on? Have they looked, for example, at avoided cost, which, I mean, you know, we dealt with avoided cost many years ago, and then it kind of went away, and now they're sort of bringing it back a little. But at least the idea of pricing it so that it reflects its value to the grid. If you can bring on resources that avoid having to build more infrastructure, avoid having to pay out very high capacity payments. And I understand that it could be very complicated in trying to price it, but what are other states doing in terms of trying to figure out how to price these resources so that they are truly incentivizing deployment?
Yeah, so it's a great question. I think, here I think the electric companies mentioned well that the payment compensation structure they came up with is roughly benchmarked to some others in the area, particularly like Northeast electric companies. So it's within the ballpark of what others have determined to be sort of in a reasonable range. I think to your question, I don't view it as incenting adoption. Maybe there will be some marginal adoption if, say, the aggregator company or the battery company can help sell the next Powerwall or whatever it is, because they can say, hey, BGE has a program here that helps pay a little bit. But I don't think that incremental amount will help drive a lot of the adoption. I don't think that's what the intent here is. It's to drive enrollment and participation in the program. So what they're asking for is you give us some time, however many hours it is a year, where we can call on this device and you let us use it. I don't think it's incenting adoption per se. But that being said, there are some other examples, particularly in different markets. So Xcel, for example, in a vertically integrated market in Colorado, in their VPP proposal, does have a cost of maybe generation, transmission, and distribution avoided, or something as a proxy for that. But they're in a vertically integrated market. There isn't like a PJM there that they can bid into, so they have to sort of estimate those numbers themselves.
Okay,
I think there's emerging study in that.
But they were actually able to look at avoided generation, avoided transmission, avoided.
They put forward estimates of that for the sake of building sort of a compensation stack. I think they're still approximations, and I think what we're all still struggling with is we can sort of model what it is until it's a firm dispatchable resource that our distribution engineers can count on. Is it really displacing those dollars? Are those dollars real? Can it really go into a plan?
Yeah, no, I understand the challenges of that.
Yeah.
So mostly my question was about pricing.
Yeah, we could point to some other examples where others have sort of laid
Yeah,
that
actually,
out more.
could you, Mr. Brokowski, would it be appropriate for him to just sort of submit something on the record? I'm curious about pricing and what other states have done in terms of pricing.
Sure, it can be a bench request.
Okay, so it's a bench request.
Sure.
Okay.
Happy to help.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. In your comments, you suggested that electric companies, we may, at some point, maybe not necessarily in this pilot, but at some point in the future, we may want to consider having utility ownership of DERs. How does that reconcile with the statute that we currently have? Do you think we have the flexibility underneath the statute as it's written now to do that?
I'll be honest, I'm not deeply familiar with the specific statute here, so I'll have to look at that language explicitly. But I hear all the time from customers, for example, like a truck stop operator who's installing high power truck charging, for example. They need a lot of power. They need it quickly. We don't really want to procure a giant battery. It'd be great if the utility could kind of come in and put it on our site, and we don't have to really worry about it, and then you can get me powered faster. It's kind of a speed to power question, right? That could be an option that's available. That's just one example. There's a lot of different ways these could be structured. But I think keeping that option open for the future, particularly for some of these larger customers that need a lot of power, that's the context in which I hear it a lot. For this pilot, I think we'd mentioned the Green Mountain Power project, right, in Vermont. A lot of those batteries are in a lease-to-own or a lease model that the electric company owns behind the meter. We've seen really high take-up on that leased option as compared to the bring-your-own-device option. So I think having those two in parallel in that case is an interesting case study where the leased model was taken up faster, and I think it's just a lower upfront cost for customers. So that's just another thing to consider as an option going forward.
All right, so I know you were thinking of it within the context of LMI inclusion for consumers that may not be able to afford participating any other way. So I just thought it was an interesting question, something maybe to consider in the future. But
yeah, thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Actually, I think all the questions I had were asked, so thank you very much.
Okay, at this point, we have several companies that would like to be together on a panel, so if you're ready, we'll bring them up.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we have Solar United Neighbors, and by the way, when they get up, I'll let them introduce themselves. I'll just introduce the companies.
Yeah.
But we have Solar United Neighbors, we have Sunrun, we have Tesla, and we have Advanced Energy United, which submitted combined comments with SEIA and CHESA.
And so, what about CP Energy? Are they not in the room?
C-Power is in the room, I believe, but I guess these companies requested to go.
Oh, I see. Okay, fair enough. So, all right. Okay.
They're buddies.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So, all right, guess we'll start at that end of it, or however.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Sam Resson. I am a principal at Advanced Energy United, covering United's regulatory engagement in the Mid-Atlantic region of Maryland, Virginia, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of 3 organizations, including United, but also the Chesapeake Solar and Storage Association, CHESA, and the Solar Energy Industries Association, SEIA. Broadly, our 3 organizations are strongly supportive of efforts to compensate distributed energy resources, DERs, for the grid services they provide and integrate those DERs into virtual power plant VPP programs. DERs are a fast-growing grid resource, and VPP programs can be deployed quickly. These programs can provide the capacity that Maryland and the PJM region desperately need, while doing so at low cost and prioritizing affordability for ratepayers. Importantly, the proposed bring-your-own-device model is a proven approach to quickly mobilize customer-sited DERs at scale into VPP programs. We believe that Maryland is taking a significant step forward in achieving those goals through implementation of the DRIVE Act, which includes the pilot programs and temporary tariffs filed by the Maryland Electric Distribution Companies that the Commission is evaluating today. These pilot programs and temporary tariffs provide a solid foundation that can be built upon to encourage greater customer adoption of DERs and participation in VPP programs, and we are ready to work with the Maryland EDCs to achieve rapid implementation of the pilots. Through small adjustments to these pilot programs, we can build on what the EDCs have proposed today to enable swift implementation. We don't need to start over. Our comments largely focus on the need to standardize the programs to ensure broad customer participation in the pilots and avoid confusion. Specific program design elements that we would like to see across all EDC programs include a 24-hour event notification for event dispatch, a 75 or 80% performance threshold as specified by Potomac Edison and Pepco, a $300 per kilowatt year for a 2-hour commitment of enrolled device technology, and a maximum of 60 dispatch events per year. Ensuring a clear transition from the pilot stage to a permanent program is vital to unlocking the full benefit from VPPs. We recommend that customer participation in the pilot programs continue until such time as the Commission issues a ruling on the continuation of the pilot with modifications or creation of a permanent program or tariff. We also request Commission direction where greater certainty in the EDC's proposals is needed. Specifically, we request that the Commission expressly affirm that third-party owned systems and power injections are allowed, that all VPP programs will offer 2-hour peak capacity event enrollment options for customer solar batteries or electric vehicle supply equipment, and that distributed energy resource aggregators, or DERAs, have the option of receiving the customer performance payment. Finally, all customers should be able to participate in the VPP programs, which is why we are concerned about the lack of equity consideration for low to moderate income customers. So that these customers are able to participate, we recommend an upfront incentive of $500 per kilowatt of capacity enrolled. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the Commission may have today.
Sounds great. Thank you, Chair Hoover, and the rest of the Commission. My name is Thad Cully, Director of Regulatory Policy for Sunrun. We're the nation's largest provider of solar and storage services with over 1.1 million customers, 200,000 of which have batteries. I think I testified here about April, and a little bit of updates there just to help show that the rooftop solar industry is in a moment of transition. Then I reported that Sunrun had been attaching batteries to about 56% of our installs. That, since April, has gone up to 70%. So we are definitely seeing that trend line. Batteries are becoming really the end-all be-all. This is where we're all headed. Batteries provide a lot more value to the grid, a lot more flexibility. And as was discussed before, and I'm trying not to repeat any points, I agree with everything that my colleague said. We see batteries being adopted for reasons of reliance, and we think that could accelerate if customers have a viable option, at least for the first time in Maryland, have a viable option to be compensated for using their battery, give their battery a day job, as I like to say. So I think we have, or a night job, whatever time it needs it. So I think there's been some really watershed moments this summer that show that residential batteries can become a pretty powerful grid asset. Just in California on the 29th of July, Sunrun and Tesla and other aggregators were able to participate in an event with the California DSGS. It was really just across programs, but 90% of that capacity was in the DSGS program. It produced about, I think it was 535 megawatts of power during this 2-hour period. Sunrun alone, with our systems, accounted for, I think it was 350, if I'm right, around that ballpark. So it certainly has scaled up. I think when I was here in April, I was talking about tens of megawatts, and now we're talking about hundreds already. So the opportunity to scale up is there. We think that could be replicable over time in Maryland, and also to scale. For example, the California event, it actually reduced the peak of the system-wide, Cal ISO by about 1.9%. So when we think about the statute, the DRIVE Act, and kind of where the statutory cap for any pilot would be, it was around 2%. So that is your, most realized version of a VPP pilot, is getting up into that range, and those are real numbers. Not to recover ground, I think I just wanted to address one discrete issue, and it's really more of an area where I believe work with other stakeholders and the utilities to clarify this issue could be important, so that we don't find ourselves trying to come to the Commission when this program starts rolling out and saying, wait a second, we need to get this clarified. And that is the issue of net metered systems that have storage. Currently, it has been my understanding, I've been trying to get this nailed down, that those storage systems are not allowed to export and receive net metering credit. For one, because they are not listed as an eligible generating technology. Net metering, of course, lists several renewable resource technologies that are eligible, and that's the intent of net metering, is to encourage the development and use of those. But batteries working with solar certainly are enhancing that technology and not trying to arbitrage grid power, not charging from the grid and net metering that. We don't think that is the intent of the net metering statute or allowed. However, instead of barring the export from these net meter systems, it'd be good to clarify that as long as the system is charged from an eligible resource and that alone, that it would be allowed to export, and there would be no problem with the integrity of net metering credits. There are states that have addressed this. California has net metering integrity rules. You can satisfy that by charging solely from a renewable resource, or an estimation of you can't receive more net metering credits than your system would be expected to produce. I think that recommendation was put forward by another commenter, the VGIC, the Vehicle Grid Integration Council, and we certainly support that. But with that, I think I'll look forward to any questions after the panel concludes.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners, for having us in today to speak about these program proposals. My name is Dominic Gotti, and I'm an energy analyst with Tesla. Tesla is a leading stationary storage and bidirectional EV manufacturer and the leading residential VPP operator nationwide since 2015. With over 250,000 devices participating in VPPs worldwide and likely over 5,000 eligible devices in Maryland, we want to offer our firsthand experience and what it takes to make VPP-style programs work. The proposals that the EDCs have filed are close to being ready to go. We agree that there need to be more details and some standardization across those proposals, but at this point we do not need to go back to the drawing board, especially when Maryland at this moment needs these kind of resources to come online quickly. Looking at the high and rising capacity costs that are leading into the affordability crisis, as well as the climate change driven disasters that are bringing us to the brink of a reliability crisis. There are existing devices deployed in Maryland right now that can be brought to bear to help address both the reliability and affordability of Maryland's grid. Tesla has filed detailed comments with about 11 best practices that in our experience enable smooth liftoff from what is a good idea to a reliable resource. And we of course encourage the Commission, the EDCs, to see how each of those measures up. But we are being so thorough and so critical because we want the DSSS program to work. We believe it can close to its current form. The couple of points I want to highlight from that are grid exports, which I know we've talked about at some length, onboard telemetry, and the size and certainty associated with the program. For the grid exports, we believe is important that all three programs allow exports without unnecessary procedural or physical restrictions that will, in the end, put a drag on the uptake of these programs. Today, likely right now, a majority of systems that have batteries across Maryland are exporting to the grid through their net metering arrangements. A vast majority of batteries are paired with solar, so they already have these arrangements with their utilities. And through the interconnection study process, these batteries have been studied as if their inverters could export. And those studies often happen in looking at grid conditions far more tenuous than when they would ever be called upon to dispatch as part of a VPP-style program. And, of course, as a manufacturer who puts the settings into the devices that can respond to dispatch signals, they are set to abide by the existing interconnection agreement. And that provides a level of certainty and safety in the program. We've talked about the value that is left on the table if grid export is not allowed, but I also want to talk about what the value left on the table is from the customer perspective. Having predictable payments based on the full capacity of the device is what allows us to go out and make this a bankable value to customers to show how they can be more likely to afford these systems. Then an important part of making sure that we can roll out these devices without unnecessary delay is using the onboard telemetry and settling at the inverter. The equipment that we have out in the field today has the necessary measurement and telemetry equipment to communicate all the information necessary through the DERMS providers to the EDCs. The devices, especially Tesla's devices, already measure and supply billing quality data that is used all across the country for settlement in these programs. Of the numerous examples from the East Coast all the way out to California, none of the successful programs require additional metering to make it work. And the last thing I want to touch on is the size and certainty that the Commission can help provide to enable the ecosystem that will bring VPPs to bear. The legislature gave the state a springboard to a more affordable and resilient energy future, not a small homework exercise. And so we want to make sure that we're bringing enough megawatts online that the utilities can learn and we can see meaningful benefits that will accrue to ratepayers over time. And as we go through the process of setting up both this pilot and thinking about what happens at the end of the pilot period, we should be giving certainty to the enabling ecosystem so that companies like Tesla and many other who have filed under the trade associations are given the certainty to invest our time, money, and attention into Maryland to make sure that we can put all of the technological solutions in place to enable these programs. In conclusion, VPPs work. We're seeing it across the country, including the 539 megawatt test event that I mentioned. Maryland has the policy base to launch successful and impactful VPP programs, and the Commission and the EDCs should be ambitious enough to realize everything that this technological solution has to offer. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Hello, thank you again for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Selah Goodson-Bell, and I'm the Atlantic Southeast Region Policy and Advocacy Campaigner for Solar United Neighbors. SUN is a national nonprofit organization formed in 2007 and headquartered in Washington, D.C., but we operate in 50 states, D.C., and Puerto Rico to advance the interests of solar customers and other supporters by advocating for policies and programs that grow the solar market and support a clean, resilient, and equitable energy system. The Public Service Commission, as others have noted, is joining other state decision makers today at a critical crossroads for the future of Maryland's energy system. One path forward is marked by an over-reliance on gas-fired power plants and PJM decision-making and data, leaving ratepayers even more vulnerable to endless rate hikes driven by volatile fuel prices, skyrocketing capacity market auction prices at PJM, and ongoing interconnection backlogs. This response to the surge in electricity demand, primarily due to the growth of data centers, especially in Virginia, prioritizes expensive, utility-owned energy solutions over affordable and decentralized alternatives like rooftop solar, behind-the-meter storage, energy efficiency, and virtual power plants, or VPPs. However, with the DRIVE Act, legislators have signaled a strong desire to take this alternative approach to meeting load growth without compromising affordability, grid reliability and resilience, and energy democracy. They've recognized the untapped potential of DERs and are urging the state's utility companies to create programs that not only demonstrate but can eventually maximize the wealth of grid services that these customer-sited resources can offer. To guarantee these services and build a foundation for VPP programs that can last well beyond this initial pilot, it's crucial that the pilots are designed in a way to gain the trust and buy-in from customers that invest into DERs, as well as the entities that facilitate VPP program implementation, like aggregators. Although the utilities' proposals include some provisions that will increase customer adoption and aggregator participation, as some of my panelists have mentioned, other aspects need to be modified to fully meet the objectives of the DRIVE Act and ensure that all Maryland ratepayers can enjoy the benefits of a VPP program. To that end, SUN is aligned with many of the proposed recommendations from the others on the panel today, especially the calls to standardize program design, increase program capacity and scope, and authorize compensation for when customers' batteries export power to the grid. Some other things we'd like to note, though. We do want to highlight that the limited program capacity proposed by utility companies risks perpetuating existing energy inequities and energy burdens and access to resilient and bill-reducing DERs. For example, BGE's small proposed capacity and stated intent to target existing systems will favor early adopters of batteries who are usually wealthier, as the Commission noted earlier. Expanding the pilot capacity would encourage adoption of storage by lower-income customers who were previously unable to afford the resource, while still rewarding existing customers for their previous investment. In a similar vein, the equity aspects of the pilot can be further maximized by addressing issues with third-party ownership and a lack of income-based incentives. SUN urges the Commission to confirm that new and existing third-party owned batteries are eligible to participate in the pilot programs, as the proposals are slightly unclear on this question. Similarly, SUN asks the Commission to clarify that customers can also enroll directly through third-party aggregators, including third-party DER owning companies and original equipment manufacturers. Third-party aggregators can help the program scale up more efficiently by taking on and managing customer enrollment, supporting marketing, outreach, and customer education, and providing software that the utilities can coordinate events from, all services that were talked about earlier today. Third-party ownership is also crucial to making batteries more affordable for LMI customers, as they can offer leasing options that require no down payments, and they help the program provide the benefits of VPPs to the very households that need them the most. Notably, the utility proposals, as you all know, lack additional incentives for LMI customers, despite the DRIVE Act allowing for these measures. SUN's model program on VPPs encourages LMI incentives, as VPPs are uniquely suited to help energy-burdened households weather the financial hardships of these relentless rate hikes and the ongoing surge in cost of living. As noted earlier, race and income-based disparities in energy burdens and the access to DERs continue to persist today, and the utility's refusal to implement this opportunity afforded by the DRIVE Act to integrate that equity lens into the design of their pilot is a disservice to their customers and the communities that our energy system has historically treated as disposable. One last note related to that, we also encourage the Commission to reject BGE's request and desire to own and operate behind-the-meter low to moderate income residential storage, as it did also in case number 9715, where the Commission found that the utility ownership creates a regulatory disincentive for third-party program participation. We believe that the same applies here. To close, I want to reiterate that legislators have recognized that the benefits of VPPs are proven. They empower customers, prevent blackouts, and save ratepayers huge sums of money, from California to Puerto Rico. But these benefits aren't guaranteed if pilot programs are obscure and undersell the value of VPPs to the grid and society as a whole. We strongly urge the Commission to require the utilities to adopt the design features we outlined today, those raised by others on the panel, as well as those we cover in our written comments. Thank you again for the time and your critical leadership in implementing these nation-leading policies.
Thank you, gentlemen. Just kind of one question. I'll let whoever wants to answer it. I know a couple of you referenced LMI programs. Are you familiar with any other states who have successfully or at least piloting some type of LMI program focusing on storage and things we're talking about here today?
Yeah, I can. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can speak briefly to this. I know in Connecticut, sorry, I think my mic is a little funny, but okay, sounds like you can hear me. Connecticut has a rebate multiplier that's income-based for their energy storage program. Although it's a little different than what we're talking about today, it's a program to incentivize storage deployment, not necessarily load shifting and battery export of existing assets. So I did want to flag that. Other than Connecticut, there are not too many that I'm well aware of, although in Puerto Rico, a large majority of the customers are low income or low to moderate income, but I don't believe that they have adders for a lot of those customers. So we'll just flag that.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Mr. Resin, well, I'm assuming that the panel supports the idea of aggregators being able to participate and not have the utility be the aggregator. Okay, I'm seeing head shakes, so that's good. Okay, so talk to me about your recommendation about aggregators being able to receive the capacity payments. And the reason I'm asking is because perhaps that's a way of making it easier for certain LMI customers to be able to participate in the process. If they may not get the capacity payments, but they don't have to shell out the cost of deploying, and it also gives them the ability to work with their aggregators to find sort of appropriate payments, kind of like community solar. So it's sort of like the community solar, but in the VPP space.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I can start there. I think one of the benefits is there fewer touch points for the utility, or if the utility does have a vendor that is acting as like an aggregator of aggregators. I think that was alluded to where independent aggregators might be able to integrate with them. Yeah, I think it does create fewer touch points, and it's something we've done in multiple jurisdictions where we're able to pass that payment through to the customer, and so it creates simpler from that perspective. One thing.
And you're doing this in other states.
Yes, like the
Okay.
Connected Solutions program in Massachusetts.
Okay, so consistent with the last panel, I'm going to ask a bench request of you and anybody else on the panel. If you can give us examples of these sort of capacity payments going to aggregators in other states, we'd love to see this. At least I'd love to see this.
Absolutely, and if I may add, there is a slight, I feel like your question touched on two elements that are both important. The first is enabling third-party owners, so companies that have the device and practically lease it to their customer and allowing the payment to flow through them as part of the financial arrangement. And then there's also the role of the aggregator, which Tesla as a OEM often is, where we are the ones...
And I learned what OEM is.
Yes, a new vocab word for the day. As a manufacturer, we are the ones interacting with the customers that we have an existing relationship with. So oftentimes they will sign up in the Tesla app, and then we are the ones bringing that information forward to the utility through the DERMS provider. And then the money follows the exact opposite route, flows through us, and then they see the payment that they're earning in their app, and then get it paid out on whatever basis is in the program manual.
Okay, yeah, and send us information on sort of ways that this can be done. I mean, again, trying to have it sort of streamlined, but also creating opportunity where the customer doesn't have the resources to shell out for a Tesla wall. And I guess the other question, I mean, I understand that this is a pretty sort of solar-heavy group, but sort of opening up the opportunities for VPPs to be, I mean, I'm assuming, Mr. Resin, because you're looking at other DERs, without necessarily limiting it to just EV and solar and battery, to the extent that there are other opportunities out there now that we don't know about, but aggregators do. It just creates more opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Certainly, would like to see more technologies being able to participate in these programs because they can all provide those grid services as expressed in the DRIVE Act and the intent of the legislature. However, we want to make sure that there is also emphasis on swift implementation of these pilot programs. We want to get them going, and we think that there can be modifications made as discussed today and expressed in our comments and by other stakeholders, but we want to emphasize that this is something that we can be built upon, but we shouldn't delay implementation further because we do need that capacity, and VPPs can start participating now.
All right. Well, I'm assuming, I had expressed some concern about the lack of C&I. I understand your interest in trying to get these programs up and running. I'm assuming that a second pilot could be added or a modification to the pilot could be made to bring C&I in at some later date. So we could get at least the residential part up and running with an understanding that it'll be extended to or added to include C&I.
Yeah, thank you. I know that C-Power is here today and is going to be commenting on the on that portion, but that's certainly something that we would be excited to consider to add more opportunities for not just the residential but also the C&I. So.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Litton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon. So I really just have one general question. Just from the comments we've heard today, and even from the four of you, it's obvious that you'd like to see this type of drive policy continue beyond the pilot phase that we're in right now, or we're about to go in. So in order to do that, because I think there's some question about whether the statute gives us that authority today, although the statute and even the letters that were presented in our record clearly show an intent of doing something beyond just the pilot. I think that's a good thing. But in order for us to really do something that has great value for Maryland and for dealing with the challenges that this DRIVE Act is intended to address, we're going to need a good result at the end of the 2 years, or in some case 3 years. So what are you looking for from a metrics perspective? I guess this is a multi-layered question, but are you participating in the metrics analysis for our work groups? Are there particular pieces of data that you're looking to see so that at the end of this pilot, and I do think there needs to be a defined moment where we say it's ended, so that we can talk about CNI, we can talk about LMI, we can talk about all of the other things that we've said are lacking now, but need to be included at some point in the future. I think there needs to be a focal point where we say, now let's start making these things happen for the bigger, longer term initiative, as opposed to just letting it just drag, like some pilots tend to do. So what are you looking for that we should be thinking about now as the commission goes to deliberate about how to initiate these pilots that are before us, as opposed to sending everybody back to say, make new changes? If we're going to start now, then we're going to need to know what should be done now to be prepared for 2 years from now.
One of the things that struck me in your question was the end point. And 2 years from now, looking back to today as in the past, what will matter for our companies is the ability to continue to deliver the thing that we have spent the last 2 years building with the EDCs. So I know the word ramp has been used a number of times today, and building one that is stable and predictable. BG&E in their proposal talked about continuing customer payments as the commission considers what the next step is at the end of this pilot period, and we agree with that and would argue that we should continue operating the assets that the utilities have just spent 2 years building. That will allow for continued customer engagement. As you mentioned, some pilots drag out, and I'm sure you've heard the term death by pilot. You try a good technology enough times with stop and starts, and people get disengaged and aren't bought into everything that it can be delivered, both from the customer and the utility perspective. So I think thinking now about what the healthy hold point is, not an end point, but there's going to need to be a point where the commission stops and looks at these metrics and makes that decision. And I just want to emphasize the importance of not having the entire industry fall off the side of a cliff while the commission takes their due time in making that consideration. As for the metrics, we are engaged with the work groups, but from Tesla's perspective specifically, we are often the ones providing the data in this situation. We are the ones collecting data from individual devices and sending that up through the utilities, and so we are committed to working continuously with them to making sure they have the data they need at the granularity they need to form arguments and to present for your consideration.
I think I would add there, I think what I would hope to see from these pilots is that they're not siloed. I think the DRIVE Act appears as part of like a holistic push. It concerns electrification impacts on the grid, so it hits distribution system planning. It references counting toward the storage goals. It even references the Empower statute. So I think there's a lot of ways to conceive of this technology neutral act that wants to leverage customer-sided resources and really, I think, harmonize them with the rest of Maryland policy. So what I would love to see from this pilot is, we have one very straightforward use case to start with, and that is the peak reduction. But I would love to see the DRIVE Act become an instrument for really harmonizing, customer-sided resources with all these other programs that are going to be developing. So that's what I like to see, not in a silo, but as we're going, we're thinking, this works over here too. And so maybe a year or two and you take a look at the numbers, we're like, you're hired. That's what I'd love to see. These pilots convince you that this is the future.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So I thought I heard at the beginning of your presentation this idea that some level of standardization, and so the utilities have put forward proposals which have some areas of conformity, but they are different in certain aspects. Is it your suggestion that we have a standard program that applies to each one of them, or is it better to have these variations on a theme, so to speak?
Thank you for the question. It is our recommendation that the VPP programs have standard program design elements across the EDC territories. The specific ones that I mentioned included the 24-hour notification for event dispatch, a 75 or 80% performance threshold, a $300 per kilowatt year for a 2-hour commitment, and then also a maximum of 60 dispatch events per year. We believe that standardizing these elements is going to help reduce confusion and also will help to ensure broad customer participation in these pilots if those elements are standardized.
Okay. So the second issue, and this is related to Commissioner Linton's question. You know, I'm familiar with some of these ideas that have been created through legislation, and they were pitched originally as pilots that the Public Service Commission was supposed to implement. But before the pilot period ended, the legislature acted to turn it into a permanent situation. I mean, that happened with community solar, that happened with battery storage, and some of it I suspect was enthusiasm on the part of the membership of the General Assembly, but part of it I suspect was they were being encouraged by entities that had an interest in having these things become permanent. So I guess I'm a little cautionary note on this thing. If you want us to actually, you know, learn from this particular exercise, maybe you should let us have the pilot period operate. I mean, I can understand the concern you have about, you know, this lasting forever and us not making a decision. But on the other hand, you know, sort of jumping the gun, so to speak, and saying, hey, we're going to make this permanent through legislation before we've gotten through the pilot, you know, causes some difficulties here. So obviously I can't tell you not to, you know, encourage your efforts to make this permanent, but you may want to just think about that before you encourage your legislative allies to take up that cause. So. All right. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we have one more small panel before we get to the state agencies. So next we have Sea Power Energy, and I'd also like to bring Weeb Grib up to the panel table.
And they all agreed. I said, okay,
Yeah,
we're
say,
done.
or Weeb Grib.
He convinced us.
Yeah.
That's right.
We're going to go with Sea Power first. Okay, we're going to go with Sea Power first, and I'll let the Sea Power reps introduce themselves.
All right. Hello, good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for having us today. My name is Allison Lepp. I'm a policy analyst with Sea Power.
Yeah, good afternoon. Also at Sea Power, Pete Bergeron. I currently run our operations department, but before this role, I managed all of our utility business throughout the country. I think just 3 quick points, and I'll try to make this as expeditious as possible. I realize it's late in the day. But before that, maybe just a note. There seems to be a lot of conversation today about the difference between what's an implementer and what's an aggregator. And I think maybe another example will sort of help us get through this. So the Connected Solutions program in New York, run by Con Ed, they use a single implementer. That implementer is Energy Hub, public knowledge, everybody knows it. But what does an implementer do? They really ensure that they're minimizing the level of effort required for a utility to stand up a pilot or a program, right? They're an extension of the utility to augment any shortfall in capabilities they may have. At times, implementers also bring forth megawatts and customers, but their main service is to the utility. An aggregator, on the other hand, is someone that's going to bring actual assets. I think about this in terms of megawatts. We're going to bring megawatts and customers for participation in that program. By centralizing on a single implementer, What we ensure is that the utility is not forced to implement and have stranded costs with each aggregator that could bring megawatts to the program, right? So I thought a simple example may help. In Con Ed, I think they have now 12 aggregators providing load to their program, but it all runs through a single implementer that Con Ed chose, right? And I think we're very supportive of that model, but I thought maybe a comparison would help in my mind just clarify sort of the delta that I see between the two. 3 points, super quick. I think the inclusion of C&I is super important, right? It's come up a number of times here. And I think why, right? When I think about recruiting load to programs, I don't think in kilowatts, I think in megawatts, right? So if you look at all of the load rolled in the PJM Capacity Performance Program in the state of Maryland, there's in excess of 400 megawatts. I would say that's a great hunting ground, right? Many, if not all of those megawatts would be eligible and are more than capable of participating. And I would say participating with little or no startup cost, right? Those customers, those megawatts, a few thousand sites, they already have the technology and hardware in place on site to demonstrate curtailment, right? This summer so far, folks in the state of Maryland, through the PJM's Capacity Performance Program, have curtailed in excess of 25 hours, right? Those megawatts are there, available, and willing should there be an avenue to sort of get them into this program. So I think first on why C&I should be included, it's a huge sector with very little barrier to entry that is essentially just missed. So I'm encouraged that some of the utilities have said, geez, we want to identify an implementer. I think that's the first step, but I think we certainly view not having something more specific for C&I as a significant missed opportunity. Second, I'll just talk briefly here on C&I load capability, right? These are many times larger, more sophisticated consumers of electricity. And as a result of being larger and slightly more sophisticated, I heard mention in a couple of the utility presentations, well, geez, we could get to ancillary services in a couple of years. When you look at that same pool of C&I customers participating in capacity performance, there are, I think, 150, it might be 125, I don't have the exact number, that participate in a combination of frequency reserves, economic, and sync reserve. All of those same capabilities could be brought to bear here, right? So whether we want to shorten the response time, long the duration, make it a response to price signal, right? These customers are already effectively operating in this way. So I think including them is great. There's a huge pool of megawatts. They're easy to tap into, low overhead. They've got much more capability than just the average RESI program, right? And if the batteries have a duration issue, C&I can certainly cover that without issue. The final piece is sort of program compatibility. I mean, I know it's something you must struggle with every day, although I'm not a regular attendee here. Capacity prices in PJM are through the roof. I think if we design this in a way where it's simply adding incremental value, but the two program options are compatible, most, if not all of this load will sign up. I bring this up because it's important to make sure that we've thought about compatibility as we get through program design, because if it's a one or the other, it's almost a non-starter just given how expensive it will be to ask customers to sort of convert between the two. I do have an example, and I spent 7 years working on this, but the Act 129 program in Pennsylvania did a great job with this, right? CPower brought over 400 megawatts of load to that program because it was compatible with PJM's offerings. So we simply lifted our existing portfolio and in less than 6 months enabled them for a program that ran over 5 years. I think that's it. The last point that I'll just highlight, which I think is really important, is there's this question of cost and sort of where do these ratepayer dollars end up, right? The first question is how are we going to fund it? But then I think we always need to be very cognizant of where do these dollars end up. I think in the model that we're talking about, the majority of the funding for these programs would not go to some third-party implementer. The majority of the funds end up back with the individual ratepayers, which I think from a C&I customer perspective is just a great thing for the state of Maryland. So I appreciate it, recognize we're probably the lone C&I reps out here, but thanks for including us, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have with Allie.
Okay, actually, let me turn to...
Okay, we have WaveGrid, Bradley Harris, Policy and Regulatory Affairs.
Good afternoon. I'm Bradley Harris with WeaveGrid, a software company that supports load management programs with the mission of putting downward pressure on rates. We partner with the Maryland Exelon utilities to enable their EVTOU and smart charge management programs. WeaveGrid strongly recommends that the Commission approve the Maryland IOU's filing to create VPP pilot programs. These programs are a new and essential tool for utilities to invest in their own customers to create grid services. These services are needed now more than ever as the country as a whole and PJM specifically faces near-term capacity and affordability pressures. I'm going to skip some of my remarks. I think the record is sufficiently developed on the capacity needs in PJM, so I'm going to skip through that. Given these capacity needs, VPPs are urgently needed now. We appreciate the thoughtful program design proposals in the record, but the Commission should prioritize prompt deployment of these pilots. It is critical that these pilots are deployed rapidly, enabling the utilities to learn valuable lessons and then seek to expand these pilot programs as quickly as possible. There is a cost to delaying implementation of these pilots, which can help alleviate challenges affecting Maryland households today. The filed pilots are a great starting point for VPPs in Maryland. They establish a strong foundation to build off of, and in terms of scale, they are comparable on a per customer basis to other VPP pilot programs, such as those by Duke Energy and Xcel Energy. In the case that these pilots garner significant levels of participation, they can be quickly scaled up. The fastest route to deploy VPPs at scale in Maryland is to begin implementing these programs in the real world as soon as possible. Finally, WeaveGrid views VPPs as a practical means to defer or avoid distribution level costs. Distribution costs are among the fastest growing categories of costs, even though they receive less attention comparatively compared to generation costs. The recent Argonne National Lab study of the Maryland EV managed charging programs showed significant potential savings through leveraging load management tools, estimating roughly $300 in value per EV per year. We look forward to utilizing VPPs in a similar fashion to put downward pressure on rates. In conclusion, WeaveGrid recommends the VPP pilots be approved and implemented in a timely fashion. VPPs offer Marylanders a critical tool to make our electric system cleaner, more reliable, and more affordable. Thank you, and I look forward to any questions.
Okay, Commissioner Dutchman.
Okay, so talk to me about the implementer. So that role would be very different than the role that's envisioned by the Exelon and PE, Exelon Utilities and PE. From what I'm assuming you were here when they So explain to me how the implementer in your vision would work, actually how it works in New York, and how it works in New York with the aggregators.
Yeah, I think the easiest way to think about it, just in simple terms, is the implementer is sort of a single point of contact for other parties, mostly aggregators, to bring load into a program, right? And they're augmenting whatever shortfall the utility may have. I'll be honest, I read through all of the comments and the filings. It seems like everybody sort of muddles these terms and uses them interchangeably, but in my mind, they're very distinct and different. So if you have a direct relationship with the utility and you're servicing them as your customer, I would call you an implementer. If you're building a portfolio of megawatts and interacting directly with end users, I would call you an aggregator. I hope that helps sort of clarify.
Well, I guess so. In my conversation with the PHI companies, we talked about the fact that the companies deal now with aggregators on demand response.
Yep.
And they deal directly with the utility. Could you, as an aggregator, deal directly with the utility, or does it make more sense to have an implementer?
Both models can certainly be successful, right? You're right to point out that there are several programs throughout the country where aggregators deal directly with the utility. In my mind, the answer, though, really hinges on how sophisticated is the utility, right? How much help do they need? What's the status of their DERMS program? Sort of, as came up earlier today, do they have AMA or not? So, like, when I look at is an implementer right, the question I'm really asking is, what is the capability or sophistication of the utility that's trying to bring a program to bear?
Okay. And I'm also assuming if we were to bring CNI into the mix, then you're adding a level of engagement that may be too much for the utility and could benefit from an implementer at that point. So if you just have a residential VPP program. It doesn't. I'm wondering if it makes a whole lot of sense to have an implementer when you don't. I mean, they're expecting maybe 1,000 customers, and seems like a relatively small program. If you bring in CNI and you add a level of complexity, perhaps at that point it makes more sense to have a single point of engagement.
Yeah, I'll let the utilities speak to their individual capabilities, but I think in most programs, I think an implementer makes sense. Another way to think about that is what they're doing and how much they cost will vary widely. But I think you're also right to point out when we look at these residential assets, they are fairly ubiquitous, right? They all look and feel about the same. And when you get to, well, I've got one steel mill, I've got an oxygen liquidation plant, I've got a paper mill, these are all pretty bespoke, right? And that's where you need probably a bit more coordination or help from the aggregator to make those look and feel all the same to the implementer.
Okay,
I do foundationally think, though, implementers certainly help programs, especially pilots, achieve success.
Okay, but I'm assuming you don't support the idea of an implementer that actually aggregates.
I'm okay with that, right? If an implementer has the capability to bring load to the program, that's great. As long as they have the same set of rules and same pricing we do, I'm happy to go toe to toe and go out there and sell, right? Again, I don't sell in kilowatts, I sell in megawatts. So I think that's fine for an implementer to also serve as an aggregator. I know that's...
But you don't want to be excluded from...
I just don't want to be excluded.
Okay.
I've got a portfolio of several hundred megawatts that we know we can bring, or as much as a pilot program would support. And we can help you get data, especially on not so much the peak management and the demand response portion, those really creative things you want to do in the future. I think most of the value is in the learnings we can provide during this pilot stage by doing frequency response, by doing 10-minute sync reserves, by doing economic signals, right? We do all of that today. We can certainly extend that to this pilot program fairly easily with little to no startup cost.
And taking a look at what's been proposed, how much of a heavy lift would it be to add CNI to the program?
I think the utilities own program design, so I'm careful not to step on their toes. I think that's probably a question best posed to them. I think there's two options, though. We can simply ask them to refile and include CNI, or we need to open up a sort of parallel track. That's what we indicated in our comments, was there's sort of two options there. I'll leave it to the commission. I totally understand folks' anxiousness to see a pilot deploy. I don't want to be the cog in the wheel that delays things, but just recognize that there's a huge portion of these customers with such sizable megawatts, we can't leave them out, right? We've got to find a way to include them, and I think when I look at the order from the state legislature, it certainly seems to indicate that inclusion of CNI, in my mind and my read, is sort of mandated.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Minton.
Thank you.
Commissioner Barbie.
No questions.
Commissioner McLean.
Yes, sir. Quickly, sir, what level of incentive would it take for CNI customers to participate in this, if you've given it any thought?
Not given it specific thought here, but I'd offer just one thought on program design, which I think could be important. Most of these customers, as we talked about, are going to be performing in one or many of PJM's products that are existing, right? The programs that are existing. So I don't think you need to offer them some large or significant base reservation payment. You think about it as like the capacity payment they get in the capacity performance product. Sorry for the stumble there. You could simply offer them a per megawatt hour pay per performance model, right? It would look and feel much like an economic program where when they're interested and there's a need by the utility, you could dispatch. So I don't think there's some huge barrier on the cost front here as long as you get that program design structure. In my mind, for a pilot, that's one very simple way that could be uniform and the same for all customers that would avoid some huge budget requirement associated with the deployment.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
And I guess to follow up on that question, obviously they've designed these proposals just to reach out to residential customers and more specifically residential customers who already own the relevant equipment, the devices and things like that. You don't think it's going to be difficult to change the participation entry process to include these CNI customers, or is that going to entail a whole new level of negotiations with those customers in order to get them to participate?
I think the beauty of this is, as these utilities talk about these residential programs, they've got to go out and actually recruit all of these customers. In reality, if you add a C&I component and you put that out on the market, not only CPower, but several other aggregators are going to show up with pre-built portfolios. You know, I've got 100 megawatts in BGE, roughly, right? I can bring that 100 megawatts, or as much as you have room for, to bear, right? And these are folks that have participated in PJM's program over the course of the last 10 to 15 years, have highly automated machine-to-machine communication in terms of driving their curtailment. And so I'd say they're fairly consistent performers, right? We can get a whole mix, right? We can go retail box stores up to sophisticated large manufacturers, but I think the learnings there could be really important, and they'll help drive sort of how this evolves from pilot to hopefully full-fledged program. Understanding that, you know, there's got to be plenty of room for learning in a pilot phase.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you all.
Okay, at this point, Chair Hoover and Commissioners, we have the state agencies. I don't know if I can get them all up at one time on a panel, so I would say maybe start with MEA.
That's fine. Yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
Hello. Chair Hoover, Commissioners, Joyce Lombardi, LOMBERDI, on behalf of the Maryland Energy Administration. Because it's 4 o'clock, I'm going to start with my conclusion. And I'm going to say something that you will never hear me say. I've never said it before, and I'll probably never say it again. But in this case, I think I agree with John Frayne from BG&E. Unpopular opinion. I'm just hear me out. Hear me out. I think Amy Chandler's back there.
He's not even here. Yeah. Maybe he's watching from.
I think my
on
boss
YouTube.
is watching. I'm authorized to say that. But hear me out. Here's why. Cost recovery. I'm going to start with cost recovery just because it's late. It's 4 o'clock. But let's policy, right? And so what BG&E, John Frayne, asked for is a regulatory asset for their costs in this. MEA has been on the record in numerous dockets saying we don't like it, expense, O&M costs, we don't want a reg asset, 8% cost of debt, and I think we said it pretty recently in the Warmth Act. But this is different. And I think our comments said this in the Drive Act. And the Drive Act is really, I think where we are now is where we all are in these dockets. We're in the middle of DSP. We're in the middle of energy storage. Everything's happening all at once. The priorities are overlapping. The deadlines are overlapping. We're in the middle of looking at non-wire solutions in RM89. The regs aren't even up. The DSP work group hasn't even gotten to phase 2. So we're doing all of this at the same time. It's overlapping. And so the question that we at MEA, and I'm sure you are trying to answer, and the utilities are asking us, is what should we be spending our money on now, right now? And the answer that we keep saying is, look, we know affordability and reliability. Those are goals. Those are always goals. But increasingly, and you all started this work with PC 44, it's grid optimization. And so we need a reliable grid. We need a flexible grid. I think you heard EI say that several times. Use what you have, grid optimization. What can we do and spend money on now? This pilot program, you've got aggregated DERs that are actually looking at a way to do peak load reduction and, to your point and several of your points, hopefully, with some tweaks, we'll also be looking at non-wires solutions. Can they scale? Are they dependable? Will they work? Are they actually going to make a dent in customer bills if we do them right? That's what this does. And so I think EEI said it, this pilot's a bridge. This is a bridge to answering some of those questions for non-wire solutions. We mentioned in our comments locational value. Yes, we know that locational value is a big planning tool, right? It's in DSP. BG&E put it in their comments. They're working on something really big. What is the value stack for certain DERs on certain places on the grid? And there's a lot of different value stacks. So we mentioned in our comments, but it doesn't necessarily have to mean you need the entire value stack of DERs to be unlocked in these Drive Act proposals. we can look at locational peak shaving, to your point, Commissioner Suchman, that you made many times. There's tweaks. There's things BG&E said they're going to do on day one, and I think you've asked the other utilities to do too, and do it now rather than 2 years from today. We're saying, well, hey, did you kind of look at where on the grid this might be the most helpful for a non-wire solution? And so those were our comments. This is important. Let's prioritize non-wire solutions to the extent that we can and get the data on it, right? I mean, I don't know with 300 customers or 3,000 customers that we're going to have enough data to say, well, yes, as a matter of fact, we can defer an upgrade on this feeder and this substation. I don't know, but at least we'll start to get information on, is it dependable? Where does it need to go? How much planning do you need? And that is what this pilot does. And so I think you said, we saw in our comments, we support it, we support the goals. We think that there should be tweaks. Back to cost recovery. That's part of a larger conversation. But the smaller conversation before us today is, what should utilities be spending their money on now, and what should we be incentivizing? So when John Frayne said that, it kind of looks like a disincentive if we're going to be giving you information on what is a non-wire solution that could actually meaningfully defer or avoid a capacity expansion and upgrade, then maybe we would want to signal that that's where we should be spending our money. And I think in a small instance like this, we as MEA would be willing to say, sure. Now again, the mechanics of a regulatory asset, it has to go through a prudency review. I'm not saying sure, absolutely, 8% return, whatever your authorized return, but that's exactly the kind of conversation that we want to be having. This inquiry is what we want to incentivize, and that's why we said that. You also saw our comments on time of use. Sure, we're interested, time of use is good, but the big picture, right? Like, what are we trying to do with time of use? How does it fit into automated demand response? Again, I think BG&E said, well, customers want things that are seamless, you don't even notice. Does it work better? I don't know, right? And so some of the programs that they have where you're controlling the thermostat that work better for customers, maybe those work better, I'm not sure. So we kind of were a little agnostic on the details of the time of use, because the big picture is, does it work, right? Does it work for some of the goals, peak reduction, some of the things that we're trying to do and trying to do quickly across all of these dockets. Just a little note that wasn't in the comments. We've talked a lot about LMI. I think that MEA, State Energy Office, we do have money. And so if one of the goals is yes, we want to encourage LMI customers to have solar plus storage, we have money for that, right? And so we've got, I think it's 7,000 right now for the batteries and 5,000 for the solar, or vice versa. The solar has certain income. And so that's one, that's just ownership. LMI participation in this pilot, that could be something else. One of the things that we've been talking to utilities about, and just talking about internally as MEA, is maybe we as the State Energy Office can be tweaking some of our programs, our fiscal 27-year programs, to support locational value, or support marketing, or support some of the goals of a non-wire solution that has, a locational value approach. And so that's something that we're talking about, and we continue to want to partner with utilities on and expand that conversation. I think that's all I have, so thank you.
Commissioner Barbie. I think I'm good. Commissioner McLean. Commissioner Suchman.
One question, CNI.
Oh, I do have an answer.
Good.
So, yes, all hands on deck. To the extent, look, they're large load customers, and I think I was really listening to C-Power, and you can answer this better. So I think from MEA's perspective, let's get all the data we can. If we're talking about non-wire solution, if we're talking about load shifting, I think we want everyone that we can, as long as it's not going to, incur costs that we don't need. And I think I heard from C-Power, you'll know better, I think they were saying, hey, I think that the utilities were saying, well, there's already, managers who can do this. You don't actually need to include them in the pilot. And but I think to the extent that they can be included, their data is good, they help with load shifting, peak load reduction, by all means.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Linton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Hello.
So, it's an interesting approach that you've suggested that for purposes of cost recovery, that we are effectively incentivizing everything by always placing the rate of return on whatever type of direction we give to a utility company and whatever pilots we have. What do you think this pilot would look like if the commission did not give the regulatory asset the rate of return, but instead did it through just the cost of debt? I mean, so we're not incenting it. Now, we're still doing it through an order by direction of the General Assembly. So, what do you think happens?
I think it's fine. I mean, I think realistically, and I think BG&E said this, like the dollar amounts are fairly small, certainly for the marketing and certainly for the VPP. I think the reason I bring it, and when I say fine, it's like, yes, I mean, you asked the question, but you're using assets you already have, and so you're asking for a rate of return, authorized rate of return on assets you already have, which isn't exactly the point of cost of capital, which is a larger conversation. So I think it's a nuanced conversation, and quite honestly, it's a conversation MEA would like to have broader. You have your MYP lessons learned docket coming up, and you asked us to look at the earning share mechanism. You asked us to look at some of the things in the Next Generation Act. The legislature said, hey, if you have a rider like Stride, maybe you want to look at the fact that lowers risk, and maybe that does something else to your ROE. So the question you're asking me, Commissioner Linton, is part of maybe a larger conversation that we'll have, in that docket or another one. The smaller question is, do I think giving them cost of debt, will it have a chilling effect such that BG&E won't, BG&E won't pursue VPPs and non-wire solutions? I certainly hope not. But as a state energy office, I want to make sure that it doesn't have to be with ROE, but I want to find a meaningful way to answer the questions, what should you be investing in and what should you not?
I think that's a good point that we need to spend a little more time talking about because everything we do is very siloed. So, we don't really get a chance to compare one to the other. So
Absolutely.
I appreciate the point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. No, I think we covered everything I was going to ask, so thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next we have Office of People's Counsel.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jonah Baskin with OPC. The utility VPP proposals are outlines with a budget. Critical and central questions are left for later and conditioned on implementer capabilities. Moreover, the outlines provided by the utilities do not meet the vision the legislature set out in the DRIVE Act, which saw heterogeneous DERs aggregated by competitive marketplace of third-party aggregators and providing a variety of grid services. BGE expects that most customers are not likely to have the equipment that allows for grid export, and is not sure if those exports will be compensated. They don't have determinations yet on if they'll have any limitations on dispatch calls, or if BGE will have the capability to direct batteries to charge. PE has stated that they have not established the criteria for dispatching DERs, have not developed RFIs or RFPs for third-party vendors to implement the pilot, and believe that it won't get the capabilities to operate a VPP without the need for a third-party vendor at the end of the pilot period. PHI is not sure it'll have the ability to direct batteries to charge or discharge, and despite stating that it wanted to explore multiple grid services, only sought pricing in its RFI for vendors that could provide demand response, peak load shaving, and participation in the PJM wholesale market, not other grid services. And none of the utilities can speak to, with any degree of specificity, what data they'll actually be able to collect as part of the pilot, because a lot of that relies on the implementer capabilities. Nor can they speak to how the proposals will scale into a competitive marketplace where third-party DER aggregators can compete, let alone how third-party DER aggregators can interact with pilot programs. The significant budgets associated with these pilots should not be approved until and unless the utilities provide specific detailed proposals that are aligned with what the Commission envisions as the long-term future for VPPs in Maryland. The Commission should direct the utilities to resubmit proposals with the requisite level of detail needed to evaluate the pilot proposals while addressing shortcomings that OPC identified in its comments. And I'm going to turn the mic over to Tim Cook to discuss some more of those details.
Thank you.
By the way, you want me to put the press? Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've got a slide deck, so I don't know if you want to
Give me a second.
pull that up. All right.
I'm not so much speaking to the slide deck, so. Good afternoon. I'm Tim Cook. I'm a senior consultant with Kern Energy Group. I'm helping, assisting OPC with the comments here, but also I work in the interconnection working group as well. I want to start by kind of laying the context. We contextualize our comments looking at the Department of Energy's Pathways to Lift Off study, which outlines a set of 5 imperatives for scaling VPPs. It includes expanding equitable benefits, simplifying enrollment, standardizing operations, integrating into utility planning incentives, and integrating into the wholesale markets. We think that these
Excuse me, Tim, what slide should I be on?
I don't actually need a slide. I'm not so much following the slide deck.
Oh, okay.
We don't believe that the VPP proposals as filed adequately address these imperatives, and for a number of the reasons that have kind of been addressed already through some of your questions, there's not a commitment to a broad scope of benefits, evaluating a broader scope of market interaction. BG and PHI haven't committed to net exports. There's not diverse participation. It's restricted to residential and a specific set of technologies. They're unclear as to what they're measuring and what their evaluation proposals or the actual evaluation plans are. And they don't clearly address the utility DERA or utility aggregator of aggregators implementer relationship. I think, moreover, the pilots also don't address the Commission's requirements for approval of pilots, which sets forth that they should have clear goals, evaluation metrics linked to those goals, and an evaluation plan developed before the final approval of the pilot. So today we've, having sat through, there's been a lot of good answers to some of the questions that have been brought up. But I think speaking to our comments, I think that a lot of these details that have come up today should have been in the proposals, and they need to be committed to. For example, I think BG they highlighted a lot of good learning objectives and some of the action items that are needed to, for example, achieve their net exports from DER. They've spoken to potentially how they would get to locational peak shaving, but those details aren't committed to. And what we see in their proposal is that they will try to address some of these other use cases. And at the end of the day, that is very different from a metric or an evaluation plan that says this is the metric that delivers success in this pilot, versus we will try to do an additional service.
The other thing that's become clear from the discussion today is that there's an imperative to move towards scaling, or to figure out how to scale the program. And the DRIVE Act envisions a marketplace for grid services, which, to us means a set of third-party DERAs, aggregators that can provide these services on a competitive basis. And that piece seems to go essentially untouched by these proposals. They're not, they don't speak to how, following the pilot, we would be able to enable third-party resources or third-party aggregators to provide these services. What we see from success of the pilot as written in the proposals is that the pilot would understand how the utility would contract with customers, how the utility would expand a utility run program with an implementer, but not with third-party DERAs. So we believe that the proposals need to be clear and committed to evaluating how DERAs become, or how third-party DERAs are participating in DER aggregation and grid services. I'll stop there, actually, because I don't want to. I've got more points on the some of the other issues that I think have been talked pretty extensively about, and I'll save it in case you guys have questions.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Brock Miller from OPC, and I'm joined by Melissa Whited from Synapse. And we'll be giving a high-level overview of the TOU portion of OPC's comments. And I believe that you can, around slide 5 or 6.
Okay.
So first, I'll just give an opening, and then Ms. Whited will speak. As the legislature recognized when it passed the DRIVE Act, time of use rates have the potential to benefit the grid and reduce costs for ratepayers. But as OPC's comments illustrate, it's all about striking the right balance. The right peak periods and price ratios, the right enrollment targets, transparent marketing and budgets reasonably planned to reach and manage those enrollments, and the right cost recovery to recoup those budgets. The utilities TOU proposals under review today provide a good foundation for effective and informative rate structures. OPC recommends that the Commission approve the TOU tariffs subject to modifications detailed in our filed comments. The modifications will help maximize the benefits of the TOU rates and ensure that ratepayers aren't burdened with program costs that exceed the benefits they receive. And when it comes to costs, utilities shouldn't be allowed to earn their full rate of return on non-capital TOU implementation costs that don't create enduring physical assets. The Commission should defer cost recovery and rate determinations to future rate cases and allocate costs to all rate classes in line with the grid benefits accruing to all rate classes. So now I'll turn it over to Ms. Whited, who will briefly discuss the more specific recommendations that we made.
Good afternoon. Melissa Whited from Synapse Energy Economics. I just want to make 4 main points to quickly highlight our concerns with the TOE rates. In general, we are supportive of TOE rates and many of the proposals put forth by the utilities. A lot of these proposals we've discussed in the PC44 rate design working group, and the concerns are fairly limited, but they're not insignificant. The first one is with PE's on-peak period. We are concerned that the on-peak period would miss a large number of the PJM 5 coincident peaks based on historical data. So we recommend that that be shifted earlier in the day by 1 hour to hit those 5 coincident peaks that drive a lot of our costs, as well as the energy market costs. The second concern is the magnitude of PHI's marketing budget, nearly $2 million. This is a sizable increase from the approximately $100,000 that PHI utilities recently spent on marketing the formerly known as PC44 pilot TOE rates. So this is a significant increase, and it's not adequately explained. PHI says that they are going to be developing a marketing plan and finalizing that after approval. And we find this problematic, that this large increase is not adequately justified. And this would result in a cost to acquire and customer acquisition costs of more than $300 per new customer for Delmarva. We have concerns that this would not provide net benefits to customers, and a reasonable enrollment target would consider both the costs and the benefits to customers. So we recommend that the marketing budgets be reduced to something that would be much more reasonable and likely to provide net benefits to customers. Third concern is that the costs associated with surveys and updating the rate structure for PEPCO's legacy TOU rate, while we're supportive of updating that rate structure, PEPCO's not proposing to do that right now. They want to wait for an upcoming rate case. And we understand these concerns related to revenue erosion due to different decoupling rate classes. However, our understanding is that PEPCO has included those marketing costs in its marketing budget, which does not seem reasonable given that they have not yet proposed this. And finally, the cost recovery. Earning a full rate of return on these TOU investments or expenses, really, sending postcards, these are not risky investments in long-lived assets. And we don't know that these programs are going to be cost effective. So without that, it's really, we don't feel reasonable to earn a full return on these investments. There could be situations where utilities are incentivized to make certain investments, but they should be shown to be cost effective to be incentivized to do that. There are many different mechanisms. I specialize in performance incentive mechanisms, and I can think of things like shared savings mechanisms where the utilities share in some of the net benefits they're providing to customers, and we just haven't seen that justified here. And I'll stop there and look forward to any questions you might have.
Okay, Commissioner McLean.
Good afternoon. I'm assuming that you're also opposed to PE's proposed surcharge.
So I think that the proposed surcharge is not the ideal mechanism for recovering these costs. It would be much better to look at these costs in the context of a rate case and understand that they're prudent instead of just rewarding the utility for spending money.
All right, thank you. In relation to the VPP proposals, so OPC wants significant revisions, and I understand your position. Is it, I don't want to say it's better to go forward now. Is it better to go forward now and get a pilot moving and then adjust it either as we go or at the end of 2 years, or to delay it further for another, I don't know how long it would take them to rework their proposals, have another hearing, comments, and to try and get closer what OPC wants?
You can start.
So I think our biggest concern, I think that might actually be too close. I think our biggest concern is really just wasted efforts. And from what we see right now, there are a few commitments that give us confidence that what will come out of the pilot is valuable. If they were to be approved, even right now, I think we would expect there to be at least a number of additional commitments through them. From today, it sounds like many of the utilities have solutions to these things. They have thought through how to enable injection, how to work towards locational value. They just aren't committed within the proposals, and potentially with commitments through the actual proposals or the approved pilots that might make a difference.
I'll also add, Commissioner, what the utilities have proposed and really looks like the demand response that we already see, and that we don't need a pilot for. And in fact, this came up a few times with Commissioner Suchman talking about the role of dispatchable DR with thermostat programs, right? If all of this is happening behind the meter, we're not thinking about locational value, we're just thinking about system peaks, then this is what the utilities have proposed on paper, at least, just not, discussing what some of the developments we've heard today, is stuff that we already know how to do.
All right, thank you. That's all I have, sir.
Mr. Barve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so you oppose PE's surcharge, and you don't like the regulatory asset for the full. So I assume that means that you're fine with the regulatory asset as long as they only get recovered the cost of borrowing?
Yes, Commissioner Barr, that was reflected in our comments that we're not opposed to the regulatory asset at the cost of debt.
Okay, I just wanted to, okay. With respect to the marketing budget, do you have an idea of what would be a reasonable budgetary item?
So we suggested that the cost of customer acquisition be limited to $150 per new customer. That would, require about 5 years to pay back at current PJM prices, and so we think that has a better chance of being cost effective.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Mr. Schlesman.
Okay, so if we were to require that, I understand that from my conversation with BGE that they are going to allow for grid injection and locational value is going to be reflected on day one. So you wouldn't need any changes to those. So that you would probably need other changes, but that reflects what your concerns are with the PHI companies. So if we were to tell them that their pilot needs to look more like their sister company, that gets you closer to what you are interested in. You also want to make sure that aggregators can be effectively participant, and I want that as well. Do you have a position on CNI? And I know that you don't look to the needs of CNI customers, except that bringing CNI into the mix should help to avoid having to build out more of the grid, which will benefit residential customers. So do you have a position on CNI involvement in the pilot?
Yes, Commissioner. Yeah, we are supportive of it. In our written comments to speak to that as well. We'd like to see commercial industrial. I think our emphasis is on the smaller to medium. There's been a little bit of discussion about the maturity of the CNI demand response grid services market, and we think that applies less to the smaller to medium-sized CNI, as well as the point that while there are CNI customers that are providing grid services today, to my knowledge, they are not providing locational value in non-wire solutions services, and that's one of the big goals of this is to provide non-wire solutions. And so bringing them into that fold, them being a developed, established, ready capacity could potentially bring a lot of value.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. It's going to sound wrong to say it this way, but is there anything about the pilots that OPC, everybody knows that I'm going to ask. I don't mean to say it this way, but it's 4:30. But are there some components of it that you find that we should be supportive of and looking forward to embracing?
I think yes, they are definitely pointed in the right direction, and I think if anything, we are really speaking to just stepping further in the same direction, and there is the services they're pursuing will create value. Whether or not the pilot readies us to scale is really the real question. And I think we should take what is here and really tailor it towards making sure that at the end of 2 years, we are ready to bring in third-party DERAs and more customers into participating so that we can grow the capacity very quickly.
So how do we get to that point? Because we have the pilots in front of us now. We have several parties that have come in today and for very strong reasons suggest that we should start quickly. And certainly those are the same parties that have been in the same positioning as People's Council and other issues that have been before this commission. So how do we get to the point where even People's Council says, now it's time to move forward? It's going to take some time to do some of the things that you're suggesting, and it's going to cost more.
Commissioner Linton, I'd say that Mr. Cook said, a lot of these proposals are generally in the right direction. Like another element that we like is the BYOD, bring your own device model, right? But we think that a lot of the things that we've heard in the hearing today are pretty that the utilities are now committing to are pretty substantial revisions to what they filed. And so I think what we really want to see is we want to make sure that those commitments are put down somewhere and that they're reflected in the ultimate proposals that the commission approves. And so I don't think it requires a wholesale reimagining from the ground up of the proposals, but we do think that there's several significant changes that should be taken before the commission moves forward with approving this. And to my earlier comments to Commissioner McLean, what we currently have as proposals from, at least on paper, from the utilities looks a lot like the demand response that we already have. And so we're able to really be encouraging the utilities to continue to move forward with demand response programs if we're not going to be really taking advantage of what VPPs have to offer as distinct from demand response.
So if that effort results in programs or pilots that are twice as expensive as what we see today, is that something that the People's Council is comfortable with?
One of the concerns we had about the proposals before us is that there wasn't a clear tying of grid value to the payments. If it's twice as expensive, but we see that we're, in a very substantiated way, saving customers twice as much, and that there's a positive cost benefit in it, and so long as that is rigorously done, I think that yes, we would be supportive of that.
Okay, so along those lines, then we've talked a lot today about the EM&V elements here. I know you're participating in a lot of the work groups, and so I don't have to ask if you're doing that. But we have the proposals in front of us now. Your comments talked a lot about some of the things that we should have. Are we in the same spot there as we are in the general proposals from the People's Council perspective? Are we looking at a situation where we gotta have to tell the parties to go back and think about it more? Or can we move forward with some of the pilots, but at the same time develop the EM&V along the way? What are you suggesting we do from here?
Our official position is that the utility should refile them. It seems unlikely that we can find enough of this detail in a light reworking or in order for just with modifications of these programs to approve. Yeah, I have a hard time imagining that the gap that we see is easy to achieve without refiling.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
Okay, so in the slide deck that you presented to us, there's a statement in here that says the commission should direct PHI to shorten its pilot program to 2 years. So I take it's your opinion that all of these pilots should be 2 years and no longer than 2 years, correct?
Yes. We think that they should all be the same length.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as a follow-up to your discussion with Commissioner Linton, given, I understand the situation in the office of who's in charge, why don't we issue a bench request to you to actually state for us how you want us to proceed regarding the current proposals? Because I've heard this discussion about, we're sort of there's some good ideas here, it might take some revisions, and I heard some discussion about, they really ought to refile them. So just send us whatever suggestion you have about what statement or what process we should undertake regarding the filed proposals. So. And with that, I think we're good with you. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, the last panel for today is staff. And I'll let Mike Dean introduce the staff representative.
All right. And so we also have somebody remotely, right?
That is
Yeah.
David Hoppick,
Right,
who
yeah. Okay.
is part of staff.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know you were here. You should state your names.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
Well, actually, wait.
Oh.
Yeah.
While we're waiting, we have one staff representative who is not on the agenda, so he should spell his name for the court reporter.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. It's Jamie Smith, Jamie Smith, Smith.
Andre, are you guys going to use the slide deck or you?
Yeah, yeah.
Just in case.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go right ahead.
Chair, Commissioners, Michael Dean on behalf of staff. I also have with me DeAndre Wilson, David Hoppick, and Jamie Smith from accounting.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Chair. DeAndre Wilson on behalf of staff. The Maryland Drive Act establishes a framework for modernizing the electric distribution system by leveraging DERs such as battery energy storage systems, electric vehicles, to explore virtual power plants, pilot programs, and time-of-use temporary tariffs which aggregate DERs to provide grid services at the distribution level. Through these pilots, utilities are mandated to test how aggregated customers' resources can primarily reduce peak load and explore how VPPs could also support voltage and frequency management and alleviate local congestion on the distribution system, and to explore time-of-use rates and other dynamic pricing mechanisms that encourage customer participation and enhance system efficiency. These programs provide a pathway for customers and third-party aggregators to receive compensation for the grid value their DERs deliver. To ensure integrity and consumer protection, the Act requires DER aggregator licensing, standardized measurement and verification protocols, and mechanisms to safeguard customer data and privacy. The pilots are to be designed to gather real-world data and operational experience from all customer classes through the use of a targeted participation and incentive structures. Ultimately, these VPP pilots represent an important step toward long-term distribution modernization. By demonstrating the technical and economic feasibility of DER aggregation, Maryland can integrate more renewable energy, improve reliability, and provide new opportunities for customers' engagement in grid services. They also create a foundation for aligning distribution-level VPP participation with distribution system planning and wholesale market operations, ensuring that the benefits of DERs are fully realized across the electric system. So I think we've heard a lot about the programs today, so I'll probably just skip a few slides. We can go to slide number 6. And here we talk about the VPP portion of the program and just some of the assessments and findings that staff gathered from its review. Some of the potential barriers I think we've heard today are where some utilities have limited AMI coverage, which restricts device level performance, and of course DERMS integration, which has the utilities having a heavier reliance on third-party vendors or aggregators or implementers, which we feel could cause some issues. Some of those issues some issues that we've outlined include the utilities having to perform more they have to in order to gain more real time, or it limits the utilities' ability to provide real time visibility into DER performance. It could complicate dispatch and make it more difficult to verify grid impacts and compensation if the utilities are heavily relied on a third party or aggregator in order to acquire that information. So it will be important that staff or the commission maintain or monitor these activities between the utility and their aggregators. In that case, we would recommend more frequent reporting to the commission in order to verify the information or data that's provided by the DER aggregators to the commission or to the staff, to the utilities and to staff. I know the utilities have suggested annual reporting, or staff would probably would recommend a more frequent reporting sequence with the utilities. Some other challenges: staff recommends that utilities leverage alternative telemetry sources from DER devices, implement sub-metering where appropriate, and adopt event-based pilot approaches that focus on verifying performance during dispatch events. Some utilities have proposed to install alternative telemetry devices or sub-metering in order to track DERs, and staff would suggest that instead of monitoring these devices on a 24-hour basis, which may cost more resources or more money, the utilities may want to monitor or dispatch these devices during their dispatch events rather than on a 24-hour basis. Where AMI and pilot approaches that focus on verifying performance during those events, staff understands that it's still possible to overcome some of these DERMS visibility are incomplete. But these challenges and aggregate available telemetry and execute simplified dispatch schedules with a clear pathway for integration into more advanced platforms or those as those systems evolve. But approval of these proposed programs as filed may be premature, being that utilities were required by Commission Order number 91603 in case number 9778 to provide detailed reports on their plan to implement these pilot programs as it relates to or in spite of these technological challenges. In that order, PE was required to provide a report on its ability to perform its VPP program despite its lack of AMI. And PHI and BGE were required to provide more details as to how they will implement their VPP programs with the lack or limited ability of their DERM systems. So staff feels that staff will recommend that these programs may be deferred until those reports are filed so we can get a better understanding as to how the utilities plan on implementing these programs due to the technological challenges that they're facing in regards to AMI and their DERMS systems. If you could go to the next slide, please.
Can you give me the slide number because I'm...
Number 7.
Okay.
Staff I think we've kind of touched on the LMI issue a bit much today, or between utilities and in staff's report. But we just want to point out in regards to LMI that the commission has convened a unified benefit cost analysis work group that has developed a framework that will test for distributional equity, which at some point in time we feel that these programs will be subject to. So LMI may be something that the utilities, we may want the utilities to incorporate in these plans now, subject to them being integrated into the distribution system planning processes and possibly being subject to those UBCA tests or benefit cost analysis tests. Also, staff learned that the utilities that two of the utilities are implementing or are integrating their VPP programs into their distribution system planning processes, and one has not. Staff just wants to point out that it feels that it's important to the success of these programs and for their continued viability at the conclusion of the pilot, that the utilities consider incorporating those VPP programs into their existing DSP processes. In regards to some other topics of consideration that staff feels the commission should keep in mind or would like to bring to their attention. PUA 7-1005 E2I provides that subject to paragraph 2 of this paragraph, the cumulative energy storage capacity of any energy storage devices installed on a customer's property in accordance with this subtitle shall count towards the targets established under 7-216.1 of this title. Staff feels that due to this statute, the program could benefit from some direction from the commission as to how the cost for these programs may be allocated between that of the energy storage program and that of this VPP program. Also, as established by 7-1007 of PUA, an investor-owned electric company may recover all reasonable costs incurred in participating in and administering a program under 7-1005 of the PUA and offering an upfront incentive or rebate under 7-1006 of the PUA. To the extent feasible, the cost listed in subsection A of 1-007 shall be recovered by the investor-owned electric company within the calendar year in which those costs were incurred. I think we talked a little bit about cost recovery today, but I think staff would, I think the program would benefit from some further direction from the commission or from utilities as to which costs they have determined are not feasible or are not feasible or to recover within the calendar year. I know they've proposed some regulatory assets, but a little bit more specific direction as to what cost would be recovered and could be recovered in a year and what could not, or a little further more about that could probably benefit from some commission direction or from the utilities. That concludes staff's recommendations or considerations in regards to the VPP portion of the filing. And next we have some comments in regards to the TOU portion of the filings.
Thank you. David Hoppeck for staff. Could you please go to slide 12? And just so people know, I can't see what slide is shown.
Slide 12 is up.
Okay, thank you. So staff supports BG's proposed changes to Schedule RD, the legacy Schedule RL class, as well as closing Schedule EV, which is the whole house time of use class. There's been some discussion about BG's outreach and enrollment goals. Staff has no issues with that. We've had lots of conversation about recovering costs. Staff would like to note that for the TOU component of BG's filing, the total marketing costs are $369,000, and it's all marketing and education. So as we wrote in our comments, staff does not object to granting BGE a regulatory asset for incremental costs incurred to implement the DRIVE Act. However, the question of whether the regulatory asset should be included in rate base earning a return and an appropriate amortization period should be deferred for future consideration when the costs are subject to recovery in a future rate case. And during that rate case, staff would review the proposed regulatory asset costs for propriety. And then finally, for BGE, staff recommends that the commission require BGE to present an analysis of existing non-residential time of use SOS supply rates within 6 months of receiving an order on this filing, and present that analysis to the PC 44 time of use working group. Please go to the next slide, slide 13. So for Pepco and Delmarva, staff also supports the proposed changes to the RTOUP classes, which is a reduction in the on to off peak ratio. Delmarva mentioned they have this newer class RTOUND, which only has a distribution time of use component, and the current on to off peak ratio when you add up supply and distribution is 1.35. Staff recommends the Commission require Delmarva to present an analysis of Class RTOU-ND SOS TOU options, along with a preferred option to incorporate an SOS TOU component into RTOU-ND and present it to the PC44 work group, time of use work group, within 6 months of an order on this filing. Staff notes that Pepco and Delmarva have set enrollment targets of approximately 2%, and that it appears, per our understanding, that this includes existing customers who are on time of use rates. Regarding Pepco's Schedule RTM, this is their legacy TOU SOS residential class. It's got a very low on to off peak ratio. I calculated it as 1.03. Staff recommends that the Commission require Pepco to provide an analysis of possible changes to Schedule RTM, the SOS component, and the distribution component in its next base rate case, and present a proposed or preferred option to incorporate a Schedule RTM price signal that would incentivize customers to shift their load off peak. This proposal should also include a proposed timeline for implementation, customer education, and outreach. Again, on non-residential, so commercial SOS existing time of use rates, staff recommends the Commission require Pepco and Delmarva to present an analysis of its existing non-residential time of use SOS rates within 6 months of an order on this filing to the PC44 working group. This analysis should include a review of supply ratios, use of intermediate periods and peak periods. Similar to OPC, we noted in our comments that Pepco and Delmarva state that their marketing plan is not yet finalized. Staff recommends the Commission require Pepco and Delmarva to consult with the PC44 time of use working group regarding time of use marketing. Staff notes that the budgets, and please go to slide 14.
We're on slide 14.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Prokowski. The budgets for Delmarva and Pepco, the time of use component, exceed both the BGE and Potomac Edison budgets, and that similar to BGE, the PHI utilities state they cannot move forward without approval of a regulatory asset mechanism. Staff has the same comment it had for BGE. We do not object to granting a regulatory asset. However, the question of what should earn a return as rate base and appropriate amortization should be decided in a future rate case. And of course, staff would review the proposed costs included in a future rate case. Please turn to slide 15 for Potomac Edison.
Okay.
Thank you. So, as we explained in our filing, Potomac Edison has legacy non-residential SOS declining block rates that incentivize consumption, and they do not have a relationship with how non-residential SOS is actually procured. Staff recommends the Commission require Potomac Edison to make a filing within 6 months of issuing an order to provide a plan, including customer education for affected rate classes, to remove its non-residential SOS declining block rates. Staff additionally recommends that Potomac Edison consult EC44 time of use work group prior to making this filing. Staff broadly supports Potomac Edison's proposed residential time of use rate class, Schedule RTOU, including the on to off peak ratio and the proposed metering solution. Staff recommends deferral of any decision regarding the Schedule RTOU tariff. Regarding cost recovery, staff supports Potomac Edison's, I'm jumping ahead, apologies. Staff supports Potomac Edison's proposal to work with the PC 44 time of use work group on EM and V for time of use. And then regarding cost recovery, staff supports Potomac Edison's proposal to use a surcharge to recover Potomac Edison's time of use drive act costs. As Potomac Edison explained earlier, they would make a filing within 60 days of an order with a tariff for the surcharge. Staff would review the surcharge in detail, including true-up mechanisms, specific costs included for recovery, the timing of recovery once the filing is made. And with that, staff is available to answer questions.
Hey, Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to our last panel. Technical staff. Just had a couple of questions for you. We received a filing, they're not here today, of course, but from delegates Frazier, Hidalgo, and Wilson regarding the pilots that were offered here today, that we discussed today. One of the things they mentioned in the filing was some concerns about the scale of the pilots that we have in front of us. That we're using about 0.6% of the 2% available peak that's in the statute. Wanted to know if you thought, based on your looking at the statute and your review of the pilots, is this something that we should still move forward with as it's structured now? Do we need to move closer to the cap that's in the statute, or are we going to be able to accomplish the goal of these pilots and get whatever data it is that we think we need to have so that we can make an informed choice about what we should do with this concept 2 years from now?
Due to the need for the utilities to show, or for staff to believe that the utilities are technically capable to implement their virtual power plant programs with, due to their technological issues or lack thereof of AMI and DERMS, we think ultimately that they should move toward increasing their cap in order to comply with the statute and the 2% cap. But if that should be in a phased process until the utilities can establish a standard of reporting and recording their DERs in partnership with their aggregators. But we support the utilities increasing the cap in order to satisfy the statute at 2%. But again, if that has to be in a phased approach in order for them to show that they can accomplish that technically, then we would support that.
So at the 6% of peak level that we are now, and it's what we have from the pilots in front of us, that would suggest that the utilities have met their recruitment goals across all of them. So to go any higher would suggest that they were, I guess the reaction from the ratepayers would be even better than we imagined, so that we could go higher than the 6% that the utilities have targeted. Let me ask it a different way. Are you comfortable that what we have now will get us the data we need to adequately review this program? Because at least my thought on this is that I've yet to see a pilot that met its recruitment objectives from the front end. I mean, there's always some falling off for different reasons, and maybe they get to 80%, maybe 70%. It's not maxed out, and there have been a couple with related to electric vehicles related stuff, but do you think we have a pilot set up now that will give us the data we need to be able to truly do an EM&V at the end?
I think we have. I think we have the start of a successful, what could be a successful virtual power plant program. But again, the utilities are supposed to provide the commission concept reports in regards to their ability to accomplish the programs through AMI, through the lack of AMI and DERMS. They have expressed a plan, but we feel like there's more detail that should be provided so that we can ensure that they'll be able to meet those goals and get the participation levels and be able to record the benefits and the value and the compensation that the programs outline to those customers or ratepayers or participants in the program. That will ensure adoption and participation from other residents or customers in Maryland. And when it comes to the point where the programs are coming to an end, they'll be able to show that progress. And if not, whether they show that progress or not at that time, we'll have enough to make a decision as to whether those programs should move forward or not. A part of that is integrating what we feel is important, is integrating those programs into their existing DSP processes, so that when that time comes, those programs will more easily integrate into their overall system planning process, and all of the data that they gather from their DSP plans, which are coming about time for them to submit to the commission. The data that they are currently putting together and to be included in those plans should be data that will help them incorporate or get the adoption levels that they need based on those forecasts and those plans for their systems.
Okay. All right. Your overall comments were informative enough for me to know where staff is on other issues. So that was the only really question I had. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Sussman.
I think we could say good evening. Mr. Wilson, how are you?
All right.
Okay, so I actually have very targeted questions. And mostly having to do with proposals from others. So I just want to see where staff is. First, the question of aggregator participation so there was some question about, is it an implementer or an aggregator? And there was like some question in the proposals coming from the utilities about whether an aggregator could actually participate. So what would be the position of staff in terms of aggregator participation, regardless of how we fall out on the issue of whether there should be an implementer?
Again, based on the functionality of some of the utilities' DERMS systems, or lack thereof, and lack of AMI, a relationship with aggregators or participation from aggregators are going to be important for them to implement these programs.
Right, because aggregators will actually have an eye on what's going on.
They have an eye on what's going on, and they will have available software and systems that can easily give them the ability to report to utilities based on what they see on their end.
Okay. All right.
Utilities still have the capability without some of these systems to accomplish that, but it's more tedious. It involves more work on their end in order to accomplish.
Right. So in other words, utilities really should be encouraging aggregator participation as opposed to sort of putting in impediments if that's what's happening.
Yes, I agree. While also working on their systems or developing their existing systems, their DERM systems.
Right, to get them to 100%.
Right.
So, in terms of DER participation, the focus is mostly on either EVs or storage and solar. I'd asked others about the efficacy of putting limits on DERs, or sort of opening it up and recognizing that it's going to be mostly storage at this point, but it could be others. So does staff have a position on what types of technologies should be participating?
Staff feels as though there's opportunities for all types of DERs to participate. I think the important thing is having the platform or the communication protocol standards established in order to manage and communicate with these various DERs.
Right, but as long as you've got that in place, then
Right.
okay. And what about CNI? All of the proposals are residential customers. Does staff have a position on expanding it to CNI?
We're not opposed to it.
Okay. And the BGE proposal allows for grid injection and locational value from day one of the pilot. The PHI companies don't, at least not on day one. Does staff have a position on whether the pilot should actually recognize locational value and allow for grid injection in the sort of the early stages, given that the pilot's only 2 years?
Yeah, if possible, we have to. If possible, we support injections, but we also want to. We want to be cautious of the utility's ability to manage two-way or bidirectional power or injections from
Right.
systems, but with injections, we want to make sure that with injections comes additional studies, and with injections comes possible need for upgrades on the system. And so right now the commission is considering different pathways or more fast-track processes in order to interconnect DERs or small generators to the system. The commission may want to keep that in mind in this case as well. If injections are going to be increased or allowed in this program, then we want the utilities to be able to perform the studies needed to ensure reliability, but we also don't want to cause any delays in connecting those projects that may see a need for upgrades if these injections call for it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So although I had a suggestion to one of the witnesses, I haven't heard a single concrete proposal for LMI customers. And I've reread the section of the law a couple of times now. Do you have any idea what we can do there? Because I really don't.
I'm ready to jump in the ring like everybody else on LMI. Yeah, in staff's comments, we mentioned several DER or technologies or systems. One in which is community solar. Those.
Well, that already exists, though. I mean, within the construct of the Drive Act is what I mean.
Well, community solar with paired with batteries could bring some benefits to the grid as well. We have community solar programs existing already, but they don't leverage the capabilities of the batteries that may be paired with them. And through this program, we could possibly increase the benefit or the value that those batteries bring to community solar through their involvement in VPPs.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the closest we can get to it. I mean, but, those community solar projects where, much of, 40% of the electricity has to go to LMI ratepayers. That part of that program benefits low and moderate income individuals, but the battery that's associated with it really doesn't. I mean, it benefits the grid, but it doesn't directly benefit the LMI ratepayers. I guess all I'm saying is that I think that we're all going to have to try and wrap our brains around trying to implement that part of the bill, even though the law said that we may write a regulation. I suspect that the people who wrote the law expect us to figure it out. So
yeah.
I think we're all going to rely upon you to help us figure out how to do this, because I have no idea.
Yeah, of course. Some other ideas that just off the, an adder for location, for those located in LMI communities, there could be additional incentives or adders. We'll definitely explore some of the other programs in some of the other states and see where we can leverage some of the same opportunities here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner McLean.
All right, I will be quick. Mr. Wilson, you wanted more frequent reporting?
I've never been afraid of more work, but in this case, just to ensure that.
Sounds like the utilities would be doing the work.
Indeed. To ensure that, now, for one, the commission has established a DER aggregator license application, which incorporates the DOE Code of Conduct for DERA license aggregators. Within that application, there are certain rules of conduct that the DER aggregator has to meet, which includes standards and telemetry standards and functions. Upon getting that license, they are getting approved for that DERA license. They are ensuring that they have the capability to be a DERA license. The question is now, what is that communication between the DERA and the utility in order to ensure that they can maximize the benefits of the VPP program, the dispatch events.
I guess my question was intended to be like, how many more reports? What's the frequency? Is it quarterly, 6 months?
Quarterly to 6 months.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Hoppick, quick question for you. On the regulatory assets, what should the return be? Should it be cost of debt or the rate of return?
I'll answer that. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Good. Okay.
So right now, the commission doesn't have to decide what the returns are
Okay.
going to be.
All right.
The decision now just needs to be, do you allow the utilities to defer those costs into the regulatory asset. That's why our position is, that's what we're okay with that. We don't oppose that. We believe that everything else should be decided in the future rate case.
Okay, all right. Last question then. PE surcharge versus, rather than a regulatory asset. What, does staff have a position on that?
We're okay with the surcharge. I guess, what is your question actually then?
So PE is proposing to recover the cost through a surcharge rather than a regulatory asset?
yes.
And staff's fine with that?
Yes.
How would you evaluate the prudency down the road of that, since they've already recovered those costs?
I believe that it's going to be similar to like a stride, surcharge, where they get the cost, they get recovery along the way, and then a review after the fact.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Okay. Actually, just one question from me. So OPC made the suggestion that we limit the pilots to 2 years. Does staff have an opinion about, since, I mean, 2 of them are already at 2 years, but Pepco's at 3.
So on the TOU aspect, I think in terms of marketing and the other aspects, it's easy to get to yes on limiting it to 2 years for the PHI companies. If you look at their budgets, it's on their filing, I believe it is page 25. It shows most of the marketing budgets in year 1 and 2. So I think from a TOU's perspective, there's no issue with that.
Anybody else want to opine on that? Or?
We would probably recommend that utilities have a uniform time period in regards to VPP, whether that's 3 or 2 years.
The time of use portion of the projects, that's also, we have mandatory reports that are in the statute with dates, so that affects that.
Okay. All right, that's everything from me. All right, so we made, I guess, 2 or 3 bench requests, so we look for the response from that, and from that. Otherwise, we'll be putting out an order with some further directions on implementing the act. And thanks everybody for coming today.
Thank you.